this computer. Okay, I love it. I love it. Rachel.
Excuse me.
Okay, one more moment.
Oh.
I'll be there in 1 second. I just have to take care of a little bit of housekeeping here.
It's fine. Just got a notification on Facebook that you're live.
Let's see. Oh, right. Very good. Let's see. So that in.
Well, while you're doing that, I had a very strange dream.
Oh, brilliant. All right, but okay. I wanted to just say, sorry. Now we're getting going. Yeah, it just clicked in to say that we're live. So I wanted to just say what the topic of our live is. So can you just pause on the dream 1 second, Rachel? We'll definitely get into it. Just so that, somebody joining this knows what we're doing. So, okay, your dream may be connected. I don't know. I hope it is. I'm assuming.
No. It's not connected to this, no.
Okay.
It's just a random thing.
Oh, I got you. All right. The point and purpose of this Facebook Live is the topic, the theme, is Rachel made a very powerful post, a really, really powerful post. And her post connects, your post, Rachel, it connects to what has been a theme that's been going on, not just for me, but I see it in many places on the internet and in different groups that I'm in, different Zooms that I've been on, and for individuals specifically. It's a very, very powerful point, and you just expressing it in a really powerful way. So, and this is this point of problems of being definitive and being definite, and that leads to a problem in how we share. Not what we share, but how we share. So this is a big deal. And your point reads, right? I'll put it out here. You can see it in our group for those in the group, because this is this will only go live to people in the group, not to everyone. But anyway, so, and Rachel's post is, today I realized something. Assertiveness makes me want to fight, not physically, but rebel against the person instinctively. It comes across as dominant behavior, and it makes me feel like I am cornered. Pointers would be much appreciated. So this is powerful, what you're saying. Two things. One, Rachel, you are identifying, you are self-identifying. I'm going to mute you just for a moment here while I make the opening, because kind of weird sounds coming there from I don't know what, but sometimes that, the internet does that. So first thing that you did is that's really profound and really huge and a very big deal is that you are aware and are identifying something that is important to you, right? I want to call it an issue, just something that's important to you. That's powerful. That awareness in the moment, in the now, and to identify something, and then to identify it, that's step one, really powerful. And secondly, to express it and put it out there, that's very powerful, because in making that post, likely it adds to the thinking about it, gives you a perspective on it, and it gives you more clarity, right? And then you did a third thing, which is you asked for more. You're asking for some kind of, you said specifically, right? Pointers. Not advice, but pointers, which is another way of saying perspectives, right? You're just looking for more so that you can deal with it. Yes? Does that make sense what I'm saying, Rachel?
Yes.
All right. Powerful. Okay.
Again, someone else's perspective and how they learned to deal with it.
Yes,
so
exactly.
I may try and see if what works for them will work for me, and if not, then I've got somewhere to start at least.
Right there. What you just said is precisely what I am looking to explain and point out and bring awareness to. It is not that we want a solution. We want to see how others solved it so that we can see how it might possibly work for us, or that we can adapt it, use it as a starting point. So what you just said is precisely the point that we need to get to. And to understand what you are asking for perspectives, not solutions. You need to figure out how to make those ideas, those perspectives. You need to figure out how to make it apply to you. And only you can do that. So somebody else's solution, yes, it worked for them, but you need to customize it for you. If you don't do that solution application yourself, deliberately, consciously, then it's not really going to be an actual true solution, because you are going to be taking somebody else's idea of a solution, in other words, somebody else's life, and you're going to just apply it to you, and you're going to be living their things. It's not going to be real because it won't be yours. So that's why advice generally doesn't work, because it just becomes you living somebody else's idea of how things should be. So only time we can actually truly learn and grow for real. And that's what you want to do here. That's your intent, very clearly. You want to learn and grow for real. Yes? Rachel?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
You just don't, you don't want to, right. Right, exactly. You don't want a band-aid. You want to change how you are inside. And the only way we can really and truly change for real is if we do so consciously and deliberately according to our own self and what we believe is sensible and what makes sense to us. Now, that doesn't mean we have to figure out everything from scratch. No. It takes a long time. Of course, we've got the whole world to use, and everybody else's experience to use as this underlying support for what we do, and we can build on that, right? So the perspectives are the building blocks for us now putting into place and creating our own real self. And this is really, really, really huge. So that's the first step, right? Is that we are going to take these perspectives and we are going to use them as building blocks for making our own self-change and learning our own, and therefore to make it real. If it's not our own, it's not real. And it's just a temporary band-aid, and we are just replacing, one legacy should with another legacy should, and we are just conforming in a different way. So it's not ideal. So this is very powerful. So that's the first point. So that you want perspectives, not solutions. And now we come to this point of definitiveness, right? And this is what you're rebelling against also in a roundabout way, right? So when people say things in a definitive way, what are they doing, right? They are saying, here is the solution, not a solution, the solution. And you're automatically saying, who the fuck are you? Excuse my language, people, but who the hell are you to say that is the solution? Where do you come off saying that? How do you say it? On what is this based? So we automatically start to rebel against people being definitive. Why? Because it's inherently arrogant.
It's true.
We don't know.
This is exactly what was going through my mind.
Right.
Is like, who the fuck
exactly. Exactly. Now, I may personally believe that my particular solution, my particular belief, my particular understanding is the solution. But that's only my belief. If if I truly believe it to be so, yes, I still have to know it's just a belief, right? And no matter how convincing, how much support I have for it, everything is fluid and up for change. I can't ever say with absolute certainty that this is the absolute truth. So that's just arrogant to start with. So I can only say what I believe. So that's the starting point. Furthermore, when we are definitive and we push things out like that, it's almost like we are trying to force people to agree with us. Now, when you try and do that, of course, you're going to get resistance also, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we automatically say, hey, that's your ideas. That's what works for you. It may or may not work for me. Now, it doesn't matter, even if they have an actual good idea that I might like and that might be valuable for me. The fact that they push it as the only option, this gets my back up, because it automatically says it's limiting, and there's arrogance involved, there's assumption involved, and also there's something very profound that happens. It's the limitation of choice. Right. So yes, for instance, I'll give you a little story. I've used this many times. Maybe, you've heard me use it before. I was doing a crossword puzzle, and my brother walked by, and he kind of looked over my shoulder, and he looked at the thing, whatever I was trying to figure out. And he said, oh, there we go. Across is this and down is that. And he gave me a whole bunch of answers. And I was like, fuck off. Excuse my language again, but that's exactly what I said to him. And he didn't get it. He was like taken aback. But like, what the fuck? Why are you upset with me? You know, what's the problem here? I'm just trying to be helpful. You took the fun out of it, jackass. Oh, yeah. I mean, what's the point of me doing the crossword? If I just wanted the solution, I could have just gone to him and said, yeah, can you fill it in for me? You know, it's pointless, right? It just becomes ridiculous when somebody gives you the answers to a puzzle, to a game, to something that you're figuring out. The joy for me in doing the crossword was me figuring it out for myself. Now, that's not only a joy, but when it comes to life learning, it's absolutely vitally necessary that we work things out for ourselves. Why? Because then it's real to us. It's meaningful to us. That ability to work things out is an ability that we are constantly and continuously practicing, right? And we want to develop that skill more and more and more. So if you come and give me the answers, you deprive me of the opportunity for working it out for myself. Yeah. So when we are definitive and we say things in those absolute ways and we are giving advice, in other words, right? And we are saying this is how stuff is, we are robbing people of the opportunity to work it out for themselves. And that to me is pretty unethical in the bottom line.
Yeah, but at some point in your life, you have to listen to the wisdom of your elders.
Right. Right. I hear you.
Putting it all in context.
Right.
Basically.
Right.
This was
now,
like post-argument that this happened. So
yes. Now, if your elders are really wise, they are going to share things with you that make you think, that create the opportunity for you to put the pieces of the puzzle together. They won't give it as a definitive answer, right? That's assuming that they are truly wise and they have the ability to communicate. Now, sometimes, yes, things do come at us in a very definitive way, and yes, it is valuable. But in general, we want to have that ability to put the pieces together for ourselves. Now, I'm relating to why it gets your back up when you respond to people when they are being definitive, right? And this is one of the reasons, because that you realize that the assertiveness makes you want to fight now because of that same thing. So there's a layeredness to this, Rachel. It works kind of both ways, because in the same way as you're objecting to people telling you how you should be, that assertiveness of your own also translates in you sometimes doing the very same thing. So you also that getting your back up, it's not only as you resisting and rebelling to other people doing this, but intuitively inside you, you also realize, oh my God, I do the same thing sometimes. So
which is very true.
Which works both ways, right? So typically when we get bothered and upset by stuff outside of ourselves, is usually some truth of it inside of ourselves. Now, usually it's excessive externally and it's minimal internally. And that's the magic of the way the world works, is that the excess outside makes us aware of the subtle and the nuanced inside of ourselves, which we otherwise wouldn't have connected to. So in this same context here, your botheration, it's the botheration with definitiveness. Why? Because it boxes you into a corner. Both ways, when receiving and when giving, right? So when you put something out there and you make a post and you're saying, hey, this is how it should be, and you're very assertive and you're very definitive and very definite in what you put out, that boxes you and that limits you. Not just in that people are going to say, well, who are you to say this is the absolute real right and true fact and this is the only way things can and possibly are and should be, right? So you open yourself up to argument that might be unnecessary. If you'd made that same point and said, to me, this is really a profound, deep truth, I can now look at that and say, wow, that's really something. This is something that's really profoundly valuable to Rachel. Wow, now I'm listening. I'm looking at it in an entirely different light. Right? Now I'm responding to it to see, wow, why is this important to Rachel? Why does this matter to her? And I learn about the human condition. I expand my understanding of people. I expand my understanding of what is important to people, what matters to them. And that in the end is how we learn about people, right? So when you share something and you say, to me, I listen and hear and read and absorb completely differently in a whole different perspective. And now I actually get to connect to what you are saying. But when you are saying it like, oh, this is something that should be for me. I don't even hear what you are saying. I'm already resisting and objecting, right? So when we share definitively like that, we think we are being very clear and communicative and being very assertive, etc. But actually, it's counterproductive. It's very, very, very counterproductive. So this is really powerful when we realize that how we share, it actually changes how we get listened to and received. Does
It's
that
true.
connect with you,
But
Rachel?
it does, but it doesn't apply to every situation. And I'm
No.
using this only as an
No.
example.
Yes,
This is
it
only an example.
doesn't
So
always
I can
apply.
like, there was a post in the group about the shields, the colour shields.
Yes.
And with that situation, the information she gave was half correct and half incorrect.
Right.
And I say
According to you.
no, according to the magical system, which is
Right.
all built
But
on
again,
blocks.
Rachel, again, it's when you say according to
Right.
the magical perception, it's somebody's belief and an idea. It's not necessarily something that exists. We don't know. It might be something that's a
Tradition.
total objective truth. Right. So
Tradition.
right. But again,
Tradition.
right.
I'm sorry, but when it comes to magic, there is very specific things you need to do and very specific things you need to avoid. Otherwise, you end up hurting
But
yourself.
see
on
the
a spiritual level.
definitiveness here, Rachel. You see the definitiveness. That's exactly how you're expressing here now is part of the problem, because you're saying this as if it's a universal absolute truth. It is so to you. You said when it comes to magic. Now, there are a lot of people who just right there say, well, I don't believe in magic. So whatever you say after this, it's meaningless to me, and it's just essentially nonsense because I don't believe in magic. So do you see my point though? If you say, however, according for me, this is how I see it. Now it's a personal opinion, not an objective fact. To insist on objective facts is problematic, and it limits, our communication style. It's an objective fact to you, yes, but not necessarily so to everyone. Right.
I understand where you're coming from and what you mean, but I feel like you don't understand where I'm coming from. So
no, I do actually on the point of that about the point with the shields. I do understand that. I'm now not shifting on the point of itself. I'm about a point of communication and about interactivity. Right. This is our topic. The topic is that you get you feel like when you sometimes your assertiveness leads to you reacting in a way that you want to fight to people. And I'm trying to tell you that in the same way as you respond to others, your own assertiveness will cause others to push back at you, and you will get. So so I'm not making a point about the magic or the shields or that. I'm just using it as an opportunity to illustrate that this is the problem with being definitive, is that it leads to pushback. In the same way as you push back, you being definitive, like in the case with the shields, you being very definitive and very assertive, and very like insisting that this is the truth. It's just going to lead to pushback. Whether or not it is the truth or not, Rachel, that's not my debate. And I actually agree with what you're saying but that's not the point though. It's still a point of communication and communication effectiveness. That's what I'm trying to get at. Right. So in the same way,
I was trying. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Go ahead. No, I'm cool. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to come across as being pushy or anything, but
Exactly.
However, what I was trying to get at was I wasn't trying to say my opinion on that is the ultimate opinion.
Right.
What I was trying to say, and I was only using it as an example, and I'll try and change what I was saying because I feel like I may have used the wrong words.
Yeah.
The colour system that she came up with, that's true. That is what everyone believes when it comes to those specifically. Everyone believes that she got the colours spot on.
Right.
But what she had there was a basic understanding of it.
Right.
So what I'm trying to get at was you don't, and again, just an example, if you imagine a bubble around yourself, it's going to do everything she says it's going to do because at the end of the day, that's how it works.
Right.
However, if you imagine someone who exists and someone who is real and someone in life that is directly negative towards you, and you memorize that negativity as an arrow and it bounces off and hits them, what that actually does is that's a spiritual psychic attack. You're attacking that person.
Right. Well,
So,
you're enabling a mechanism by which their attack bounces back at them. So yeah, it has consequence. They might not even think that they were attacking, but the consequence would be that they would feel attacked. Right.
exactly, which
Even
is
though
why I
it's a
came up with the
response.
suggestion. I mean, when
Right.
it comes to the imagination and when it comes to you visualizing your shield as a bubble, that's fine. Everyone does that. That is the basic understanding of it. But to go much deeper than that is your imagination makes it more powerful because you make it unique to yourself. That's what I was trying to get at. And
Yes.
with some situations, like what I meant was that one negative is the arrow bouncing back at someone who exists.
Right. Right.
Don't
Right.
do that.
Right.
And another one was divine light.
Right.
Never ever
Rachel.
channel divine light.
Yeah, I was going to say just before you go to the next point there,
Okay.
to shift back in terms of expression, what you said is really, really powerful now. But if you say it just with the humility to say, from my perspective, as I understand it, and from my perspective of how I've connected and researched and all this learning, just to add that disclaimer in, it just shifts how you are heard. It doesn't shift the underlying reality and truth. You are saying, from my perspective and from my learning, my understanding, my research, etc., from my experience, and also in this particular instance, my personal expertise, this is what I see. Here's an additional perspective on this, that bouncing back of the arrow might be perceived as, yes, it's defensive in the way you mean it here. However, it could be received and perceived as offensive and actually create more trouble for you rather than doing. So now you are shifting it as something that is an optional possibility that they can choose to connect to or not. You are opening that choice. You aren't forcing a decision. And that, it just makes for your ability to communicate more effectively. So we are just being strategic here in terms of how we communicate to open the doors for being heard.
And that right there is my whole problem. I'm not very good at humility, and I try and use words, but I'm not very good at them.
Right.
I always pick the wrong words. I mean
Right.
well, and what I try to do is I
Exactly.
try to share knowledge.
Exactly. Which is why you are the perfect person for this particular topic, Rachel, because I know this, and I told you this before. I feel and see and hear your goodness, your earnestness, your intent to be real and sensible and good and impeccable and all of the stuff, right? You have that desire, but you don't always necessarily have the tools, right? And you're aware of this, and that's profound. You know, I mean, that's part of life and learning. Same thing for me. I have those same intents, and I'm also acutely aware I don't always have the tools, and I'm always looking for those tools. One such tool, Rachel, is to add just 2 words to your communications. Just 2 to your posts, your expression, just 2. That's all you need. This is a powerful tool. Those 2 words are for me. Right. So if we take the same thing that you said, go back to your comment where you made that long comment on the shields, right? And go and edit that comment and just add those 2 words in. For me, for me, for me, for me, for me. You know, just keep adding them all throughout your post and see how profoundly it changes what you said. You have good words. Your ability to communicate is not a problem. It's not the word usage that's the issue. It is simply just the angle that you are coming from. If you take that long response, which was really magical, and simply add in for me, it changes the entire response into something else entirely. Try it. Maybe do it right now, Rachel.
I'm currently.
You're so magical. I love it, man. You're so magical. You know, and again, you say you struggle with humility. Well, isn't what you are doing right now, isn't that an act of humility? Isn't your entire post that you made, the one that we are responding to, where you said, hey, you know what, I'm looking for pointers. That was a post of humility, Rachel. You have a lot more humility than you realize. All right, we're going to come.
I don't always feel that.
Right there, more humility. It just, we get into habits of being, and that's the thing, and also misbeliefs. All right, so we get, misbeliefs are very powerful. And for me, this thing of misbeliefs, it's really magical. For me, especially, I understand. And for me, it's really profound because misbeliefs are like our thinking, our emotions, our psychology, everything, like our thoughts and our intelligence serves our beliefs. We tend to think it's the other way around, but not really when we really look at it very closely. Now, I'm saying that very definitively, okay, go and test it and see it, right? But that's the way I see it. And it's really is very helpful when I understand that my thinking serves my beliefs. So we come to this profound point of things that we believe in and what we believe we should be. And in this case, Rachel, and especially, I don't want to get into your whole history, but your life and your history has led to you developing a need for assertiveness, right? Become
Yeah.
important in your life. However, so now we come to say, I have to be assertive. I have to be assertive. Problem is, it is a belief that has value, except it's not in every single instance, right? So this belief of the necessity and the importance of assertiveness, it's a valid belief, especially in your case, but not necessarily so in all situations. To be assertive when people are bullying you, to be assertive when people are questioning your beingness, which is in your case is a profound issue, right? That is appropriate to now be assertive, to say, I am what I am, and I am okay with who I am, and I'm going to be assertive in declaring that who I am is according to me and me alone. It's my choice, and my choice alone has nothing to do with you, right? And in that sense, it's totally appropriate. But when it comes to making posts and communicating opinions, which really everything that we believe, no matter how much we are convinced it is the truth, it's still a belief essentially, and therefore it is in essence just an opinion. So when we come to this profound humility, that when I express what I believe, no matter how much I believe it to be a fact, I can only at the end express it as an opinion. So to be absolutely assertive when it comes to my beliefs becomes problematic. And when we realize that, then we have the shift. It's not a shift away from assertiveness. No, it is just a more appropriate and effective and strategic shift, because you can be as assertive as all of holy hell in expressing your opinions.
It's a
So
double-edged sword, though, isn't it?
right, exactly. So I'm assertive in expressing my opinions. That's fantastic. We love when people are assertive when it comes to expressing their opinions, when they make it clear, this is my opinion and I stand for it and this is important to me. But when they insist it's a fact, that's when we get turned off. So we have to be very clear here when it comes to assertiveness, that you are asserting your right and your desire, your energy to express your opinion. And that according to you, for me, this is a fact. This is how I see the way the universe works. But for me, that for me is the constant refrain there. Now I listen to say, man, this is really important to you. Why? Why is this so important to you? But I don't feel pressured. I don't feel bullied. But when you leave out the for me, and you leave out the fact that I believe this is my truth, this is how I see the way the universe works, when you leave out that disclaimer, now you start preaching to me and you start forcing me to follow you and listen to you and believe what you believe. And I don't like to be pressured and I don't like to be bullied. And then I start resisting in the same way as you don't like to be pressured and bullied, right?
Yeah.
But so, in other words, I'm saying here assertiveness needs to be appropriately applied when it comes to expressing our truths, right? Because they truths to us, and we need to just say that. Just add to for me. It's my truth to me. So that for me becomes incredibly powerful and leveraging. Hello, sir. We're on live with Rachel, and we are precisely discussing. So we're live on Facebook, right? Just so you know, in case you don't want to be live. Right. Sure. We are discussing this point of sharing our truths and sharing them in a way that's appropriate. So Cher and I have been discussing this exact point when it comes to sharing and sharing our ideas so that we don't give advice, right? Because Cher is also a life coach, so this becomes very profound. But in Rachel's context, Cher, we are discussing it in the context of assertiveness. Rachel, because of her situation, I don't want to go into Rachel's details here now, they're not pertinent, but just in her life path has resulted in a necessity to be assertive about her way of being and her independence of being, but particularly her way of being and way of living. So this assertiveness is a necessity for Rachel, much more so than for most of us. But now that assertiveness has crept over into her mode of expression, and she made this profound post, this humble, really awesome post, to realize that, oh, this assertiveness, it's causing a problem. Excuse me 1 second. I'll see you, man. See you. Yeah, very much, very much. So I'm looking forward to the further connectivity. Fantastic. Love it. Brilliant. I love it when new magical people come into your life and you can recognize them right away. So somebody just came here today and, that's what that was about. Sorry. Just huge, to grab it right away and not just let it be for later. You see magical people, man, make that effort to connect right away. Very important. In this case, when I say magical, I mean somebody who is earnest, real goodness, like Rachel, you, and like you, Cher. When I see that earnest desire to be good and learn and grow, man, that's so precious to me. I want to connect with people like that. So I grab on right away. I make sure that there's a connection. Anyway, so I was saying that this point of assertiveness, Rachel made this profound post to say that, sometimes when people post stuff, her assertiveness needs her to react to it in a way and to resist it, and this leads to problems. And so it's a very powerful post that Rachel made. So now we are talking about the appropriateness of expression, and it's not just in the case of people in kind of in a self-help group, or that they're always trying to give advice. It's the same problem, that they are being inappropriately assertive with their advice. So in the same way as your opinions that are truth to you, Rachel, they are truth, and yes, sometimes they might actually objectively be truth. That to me is something that what some of the things you said, I personally feel are objective in the greater scheme of things. But
then you take away someone else's ability to find that truth out on their own.
Exactly. And also, just as a strategy for communication, whether or not it is valid and viable or not, the moment you insist, right, they push back. They just push back and stop listening. Right. So
like a teenager, though, isn't it? When you tell a teenager, it's like when a teenager, when you say to them, don't do this particular thing because it's going to turn into a habit, and then it's going to turn something really bad later on in life, and then they're like, I'll do what I want, and then they have to figure it out on their own.
Exactly. And Rachel, as far as I'm concerned, I am still a teenager, and I feel that about you too, and to a large measure with Cher as well. I know she doesn't, maybe she doesn't quite look like the teenager, maybe a little, just slightly past teenager, but okay,
still to feel.
But I feel like a teenager, and truly, I think of myself as a young man. I really do, that's how, and I wish to always be that way. I deliberately maintain my teenagerness.
Yeah. I feel like I'm grown sometimes.
Right. I mean, I hold on to it because it keeps me fresh. It keeps me learning. It keeps me hungry. It makes me open. And in the context of what we're talking about, to hold on to my teenagerness, it prevents me from getting into that deathly trap of being definitive. It's a death trap. When we start saying things definitive, we become the parents and the teachers and the adults that we never liked. They always were so rigid and so firm and so definitive about everything, and they became closed. Right? And I vowed to never become closed like that.
Yeah. They say that a man in his mid-30s will never be able to change his perception and perspective, and he's stuck.
Exactly. All the things you hated, right, as a kid, right, came from people being definitive. And if they simply had said, you know what, Rachel, for me, in my opinion, as I see it, this is something that's a profound problem. Wouldn't you have listened differently?
Well, not back then, no, because I had some problems I was going
Right.
through.
Okay, but potentially, just in general, you know what I mean? When people say it as their
After my
opinion,
teenage years,
it
like
opens
early
us up.
20s, yeah.
Right. Yes, I realize sometimes we can get in these profound bubbles and they just make us not hear anything at all. But the reason we're in that bubble is because we've been so pressured by definitive opinions that they overload us. And at some point, we just shut down and said, you know what, it's all coming because that's the style of society and convention. Should. It's all definitiveness. So we shut down. But if there hadn't been that, you likely, or in my opinion, would not have come into that bubble of shutting down and resisting it all, because just 99% of it was in that same way. It was forcing you to listen to somebody else's idea of how things should be, and we resist that because we can't be real. Cannot be real if we just totally take on somebody else's idea. We have to apply it and implement it and come to it ourselves for it to be real. It's just the nature of awareness. You can't program awareness. It has to come about for itself.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you program awareness, you've just made a robot or a slave. And that's not good. So
Yeah.
you
That's
are
how you make
inherently...
AIs, though, isn't it?
Say again, Rachel?
It's how they make self-learning AIs. They
Exactly.
basically use it, give it the ability to problem solve, and then put it in
Right.
situations where it's got to figure out the problem, and then
Right.
it becomes more complex and learns.
Right. And you hope at some point that magic happens where they become self-aware. But you
Yeah.
can't force it. You can only hope for it. Right. So this is
Yeah.
the situation in life also. We are in the same boat. And the more we get that programming, the more we resist, because it reduces the possibility of us coming to our learning and our growth and our awareness by ourselves. So when we share and we add that "for me," in my opinion, I believe, the disclaimers, in other words, what we are saying here is, when it comes to communication, deliberately emphasize those disclaimers is vitally important. Because of this reason, that awareness has to come to real awareness by itself. Otherwise, it's not real.
Yeah.
Very powerful, very powerful. I mean, that's I'm expressing here the totality of my understanding of how, me personally, I believe the universe works. And it's
It
really
makes sense.
powerfully valuable. Right. That's the point. What you just said there now, Rachel, that's the point. When you said it makes sense, that's the point. The way I express it, I give you my opinion, and because I'm saying it's my opinion, and here's why I believe that, and I delineate it, and I express the reasons underlying why, you get to hear why I believe it. But because you are actually listening to it, you can get to put together the pieces, and then you say, it makes sense. In that, when you say it makes sense, you are also saying, I've thought it through, I've kind of done the calculation, I've followed your steps, and it makes sense to me. In other words, you now have independently, even though it was very quick, you've independently worked it out for yourself. You've come to that conclusion. It makes sense according to you. Now it's your truth. It's no longer just mine. You see, in that process, you took something and you heard something from elsewhere. You made it your own. And when you make it your own, it now becomes real, and it becomes powerful, and it becomes you and adds to you. You've now, in other words, you've just grown your awareness and added to yourself. But you did that. Not my point. It's now yours also. It's also your understanding now of how things work, right? And that's when you were saying, yes, listen to others. Yes, that's it. Listen to them. But you need to make the decision in the end yourself. You're the only one. I have a quote.
I fall into, because when something doesn't make sense, and I want to question it more to try and get it to make sense, but you can't force something to make sense that doesn't make sense to you in the first place.
Exactly.
It just confuses you more.
Exactly.
You have to work it out on your own.
Exactly.
And that's what I've also realised through listening to you and going back through a situation that I've been through today.
Yes. Now, Rachel, when you said that I want to figure it out, and I have questions sometimes. If I said the thing as a definitive statement, doesn't that just automatically imply that questions are not appropriate?
Yeah.
You see, I limit the but when I say it is as my opinion, I'm opening the door for questions and for discussion. Automatically.
I was actually called an idiot today for not understanding something someone was saying, and that just made it all worse.
There you go. Well, I have news for you, Rachel. Sorry, but we are idiots.
Yeah.
You know, relative to the
The only
universe,
problem is I can't laugh at that still.
well, I know, but relative to the universe, we are profound nincompoops. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, so
We're
that's
all dickheads.
yeah. So humility. It's not about being humiliated. A lot of people make this mistake. They think that it's the ability. No, humility and humiliation aren't actually connected, right? There's maybe some, but humility is simply. In the my definition, or I guess the larger definition, it's simply being aware acutely and clearly and really like thoroughly aware of the difference between us and the greaterness, right? So
Oh,
relative to the universe, I'm just a little tiny thing. That's what humility is when I use the word humility, that's what I mean. So when I
I
say,
get it. And to be honest, I
yeah,
understand it. It's just I'm not there yet.
yeah, I hear you. I hear. And right there, Rachel, that's an expression of humility also. You are saying, hey, I've got to learn. And that's the thing. In the grand scheme of things, I don't care how much anybody knows, they still have more to learn. And if you really listen to people who do really that have learned some stuff, inevitably they will always say, I have more to learn. You
Do you
take
remember something
any
that I told you
expert in their
ages ago?
field, right?
Yeah.
Picasso, right? Kind of shortly before he died, he was doing something and said, "What are you doing?" And somebody, like a reporter or somebody, asked him, said, "I'm learning. There's so much more to learn about art." He was saying specifically, right?
Yeah.
Every single expert will always tell you that they are in the process of learning more, and there's so much more to learn. And the more they become an expert, the more they realize how much more there is to learn either. So that's the humility, just to realize that, man, but then we shift it and we do some perspective shift. We say, oh my goodness, how exciting, isn't it, that there's always more to learn? If we see learning as fun, well, now you've got an infinity of fun ahead of you.
Do you remember something I told you a while ago
Possibly, you
about
have to remind me.
she who blames everyone has far to go. She who
All right.
blames herself
Yeah.
is halfway there, and she who blames no one has arrived.
There you
Well, I've
go.
got as far as blaming myself,
There you go. Yeah.
and I'm trying to get out of that now to go to the next step, but I'm
Right.
not quite there yet, and I still default right back to the beginning
Right.
sometimes, and that's another thing I'm struggling with is
Right.
my defaults.
Right.
I keep just going right back.
Right. But here's the key, Rachel. It's snakes and ladders, right? It's snakes and ladders. You've played snakes and ladders, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. Snakes and ladders. I don't care how many times you play that game. If you continue the playing game, you may have a series and a streak where you keep getting back to the bottom level, and you like you said, you go down the snake, right? But and then you start again and you go up a ladder. At some point, right? It might take 100 tries or 1,000. Who cares? But at some point, you are going to get where you don't keep defaulting back, and you get to the end point of the game, and you can exit and move on to the next game. Yeah.
The only problem is that when I get halfway up a ladder and then I'm going all the way back to the beginning, I feel so drained and tired, and I just want to give up and lie down and just die.
But know this, Rachel. Right. In the actual game of snakes and ladders, there's a literal bottom and a literal top.
A literal top.
Right. But in the reality of life, actually, when you go down that snake, you never actually go down to the bottom level. Each time you come back down, that bottom level actually raises, and it keeps raising. And it seems like the bottom, but it's not the same bottom as it was before. It just seems like it's just a perception. Right. So realize that is the process. Yes, we go up, we come back down. But overall, that entire system, it's kind of like it was here, and it keeps moving, it keeps moving, it keeps moving. Right? So the bottom isn't the same bottom as it was before.
I'll tell you one thing now, as far as I have come with doing the way of impeccability and stuff, I actually lost some hair due to stress.
Oh, wow.
And now that hair is starting to grow back now that I've started your program.
Right. And how is that hair growing back?
It's because it was through stress, and that stress, although it's still there, it's not as bad, and I can deal with it better than I originally did. So it's stopped the hair from falling out and has actually made it start growing back, and it's itchy as hell.
What a profound mechanism. what a profound mechanism to illustrate in the abstract, an abstract process in a very concrete, literal, specific way. So I asked, how is that hair growing back? Because sometimes, when it grows back thicker and more lush than it was before.
It's still too early to tell because it started off looking like fairy dust, and then when it grows back, it started turning to baby hair, like baby blonde hair. And it's gotten to the point now where in some places it's really long and looks like really fine actual hair, and in other places it's still just really, really see-through and baby long.
Wow. So again, when we realize this process of snakes and ladders, it's just the journey. And when we make peace with that journey and don't see it as, oh, I'm at the bottom. No, it's just a temporary thing. And also, why that system exists, Rachel, there's actually a necessity for it in the way I look at things, okay, to qualify this. And the reason for it, as I see it, is that we have what I call our internal bureaucrats. I think I've mentioned them before, which is our brainstem, right?
Ego, isn't it?
Right. And not just ego, but also it's a very necessary part of us. We have the job of those bureaucrats is to keep you alive, right? To prevent you from making foolish choices and taking unnecessary.
Survival, isn't it? You explain it as a survival mechanism.
Exactly. Right, exactly. Yeah. They're the survival mechanism. Now, their job is to keep you alive and prevent you from being foolish and doing stupid things, right? Which we can do. But the bureaucrats, though, that's their mandate, is to keep you alive. And in that mandate, they're not allowed one mistake. They're not allowed one mistake, right? So there's no like, okay, you know what, I can make a mistake and I get a second chance. No. For them, there is no second chance, which means when it comes to being cautious, they have to be overly cautious, right? They can't take chances easy. So
and it manifests as doubt, doesn't it?
Right. So when it comes to change, any kind of change, especially large changes, they have to say, no, wait a second, nix this. It's too dangerous because it's risky, it's unproven, it's untested. So they kind of put the kibosh on sudden, radical, large changes because it's unproven and therefore risky. So that will go down the snake, right? So they say, hey, let's come back at this, but in little increments, because it's same thing. You want to test things when it's an incremental test. Okay, it's safe. I can go further. Like when you're walking on ice, you don't run out onto the ice. You kind of go in little steps, and if it starts to crack, you can go back. So you have an option to exit, right? And that's the same way that the bureaucrats work. And that's the snakes and ladders process. So you make this radical jump and they say, whoa, before we actually implement this, you've run out onto the ice. And they say, oh, no, wait a second. This ice may just suddenly give way under you because you're too deep in. So they run you all the way back to safety, right? And now they force you to go slowly to make sure that you're not overcommitted and that it is actually safe. So when we think of it that way, this snakes and ladders process starts to make a bit more sense, that we can get all these wild ideas. And sometimes, if we look back at our past, particularly our teenage years, some of our wild ideas weren't such good ideas. Okay, they weren't life-threatening ideas, but they turned out to be just like ridiculous idiocy at the time, right? Well, for me anyway, when I think back. So that's what our inner bureaucrats are doing with the snakes and ladders. And also, from a more profound, a more positive point of view, if we make a big jump in learning and we don't take time to let it assimilate into our body, to become part of our habit and our new way of living, it can get lost in the shuffle of things. Right? We get to we latch onto something and it's a realization in the moment, and that's it. It doesn't actually get translated into new ways of living and new ways of being. So despite how profound the realization is, we need to take that time to let it settle in, let it simmer, let it integrate into our bodies, and give it a chance to fully connect into the entirety of the system. Yeah? Very powerful. Yeah. Very powerful.
After coming off and when I finish Zoom with you, I always go off and meditate on everything that's been said, so I can fully take it in and just sit on it. I mean, I've told you before that I really like philosophy and I really like all that. And
you are a philosopher, Rachel. You are. You're a profound philosopher. Your point today, your post was a magical point of philosophy or philosophizing. It was very awesome. Rachel, go ahead.
There was this I can't remember it if it was a Greek philosopher or something that somebody posted in a spiritual group. I'm not entirely sure. I can't remember, but they did say that in life that you're not supposed to completely focus on your journey because you start to miss details because you're
Yeah.
focusing on trying to get from A to B or
Yes. Yes.
what's around you, but you're not looking at. It's like looking at a painting and seeing
Right.
it for what it is rather than what you feel from it, which
Right.
is the underlying thing
Right.
of art.
Right.
So if you sit down and just look around once in a while, even if it's in the same environment that you've been in for like a very long time, like my bedroom, for example, and rather than just see it as a bedroom or a place where you go to or a sanctuary, you start and you just take it all in and look at the hidden meanings and the hidden details that surround you.
Yes. Overview perspective, in other words. In other words,
Yeah,
perspective. Yes. Very profound.
and that's where people go wrong. And I am an artist, and you always draw what you feel. So when I'm sitting in my
There you
room
go.
and I want to draw something, like my dustbin, my bin, for example, or trash can, I don't know what you call it, rather than just see it as a bin or a piece of plastic that I throw rubbish into,
Right.
it's a disposal mechanism. So what do I feel from that?
Yes.
What is it?
Yes.
All of its curves, all of its
Right. Right.
plasticiness.
In other words, you are connecting to the magic of perspective shifting. And look what happens when we are definitive or assertive in expressing our positions as fact rather than as opinion. We are limiting perspective shifting. We are saying this is one perspective only. But when we say it openly, for me, automatically, I'm communicating that this is a perspective, not just one, right? It's one of many and possible ones. In my opinion, it's the only one on this point, but okay, you can come to that conclusion yourself or not. But it's that openness to perspectives, and that's where we get discussion. That's where we get people to listen. Because, man, if I can't bring my perspectives to bear on it, I can't make it real for me. And if you're just saying it so definitively, you limit my ability to perspective shift and to communicate and discuss. And then, well, what's the point?
Do you know that story that I wrote? Yeah, I think it was yesterday, last night. That you commented, that I posted.
Yeah, I read all your stuff. I read all your posts. So yeah, I did read it. Absolutely.
That was actually kind of like something that I watched, and I did the same thing as absorbed it into myself because it was a piece of art, and because it was a cartoon, you see.
Wow.
And I basically took that, what I was seeing, I put it into that story, but
Wow.
I also applied it to a situation in my life, and basically just visualized it in my head and wrote everything down about it. But that's how I was feeling at that time after watching that cartoon.
Wow. Wow.
So that was like me just stopping and taking something else in for a moment and seeing.
Yeah, perspective shifting, in other words. Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, I really like, yeah, I love it. I love it. And here's the key, the magic that I wanted to say, Rachel, that snakes and ladders analogy that you brought up and say, you go and then you kind of go down. That snakes and ladders, that is the mechanism that gives you perspective on what you're doing. So not only is it to prevent us from, jumping to things and taking risk, in other words, but also it's a mechanism for giving you perspective. Because each time you go down the snake, you get a new perspective on what you were doing and you think about it. And that new perspective provides more light. So I like the word elucidation. It's a very powerful word for me. And personally, that's how I feel. That's what I do, is elucidate stuff. That's just how I see myself. Okay, but I love elucidation because elucidation means to bring to light.
Can I just stop you for a moment? How do you
Sure,
spell
sure.
elucidation? How do you spell it?
Oh, ELUCI. Yeah, ELUCI and DATION.
Thank you.
Okay, pleasure. It's a profound word for me. It's really magic because it literally means to bring to light. So when we elucidate something, we are bringing something to light. Now, if I have my light here and here's the mug, right? I shine the light on it and I'm looking at only, and the light will only show one side of the thing. But if I move that light, in other words, perspective shift, I now see the other side and the other side, and I see the bottom and I see the top. So in other words, in order to see the wholeness of something, we need to shine light from all of the different angles.
Clarification.
Yes,
And
elucidation.
making things clear.
But it requires perspective shifting.
Yeah, that doesn't look like an easy thing to do.
Exactly.
To divide beside all of its definitions,
Exactly.
the possible meanings
Exactly.
of words
Exactly.
come out.
Now, in the case of a mug, it's pretty easy to see that, oh, there's a mourners here. But sometimes, you know, we might have like that old parable about the blind man seeing the elephant, right? And the one, you know, held the leg and it thought it was a pillar, and then the trunk thought it was a hose, etc. They didn't get the whole. But when they heard each other's descriptions, they could put it together, and then they could click, oh, this thing is greater than I could see. And they might not have been blind, but you could be so close to something that you can't see the largeness. So perspective shifting helps us to see the largeness. Yeah.
There's actually a character in a movie that was an amazing moment, because when you see the character for the first time, all you can say is one word, and he comes across as special needs or retardation, or I don't know what
Whatever.
it's called.
Right.
But basically, you see somebody who can't function or look after themselves, and all they can do is repeat one word, and you feel sorry for this character. But as it progresses onwards, you start to they explain the character's origins, where he was basically trampled by a horse and had a seizure, basically. And then you were like, okay, so he really is like this like man that needs protecting, although he's huge and built like a brick shithouse.
Right.
He can't really do anything more from that point onwards, but then manages to hold off an entire army of monsters as he holds open a door and stands in a doorway. He's just repeating that one word, being repetitively stabbed. But what he's actually doing is he's holding them all off while trying to let other people run away. And they don't want to run away, but they get dragged away. But he's holding off a literal army of monsters just for the sake of one person.
Wow. So in other words, what you're saying is that when
underestimate.
Right. I mean, if I'm hearing you, what you're saying in the abstract is that to understand that character, we have to perspective shift.
Yeah, he's not, although he looks special needs and comes across as special needs, he actually has the knowledge on how to use his own body weight, his own body strength to hold off literal monsters in a door.
Hodor in Game of Thrones.
Yes. Yeah.
Same thing. Right. Very powerful.
Yeah,
let me add one more point on this thing with perspective shifting. If we take it like the analogy of understanding the inside of a house and being aware of the entirety of the inside of a house, but we do so, and the only way we can do this is by looking in through the windows. If we look through only one window, we are going to get somewhat of an idea. But the more windows we look through, the more we get to understand the inside of the house. The point I want to make is that in order to actually put it together, what the inside of the house is, we don't have to look through all of the windows. We just have to look through enough. At some point, we'll have enough information where we can put together the rest. We can extrapolate. We can figure it out. We can, just infer the rest, right? So that's the point, the magic with perspective shifting. We don't have to look at all the perspectives, just enough until it all falls into place.
There's actually an old cartoon that I quite like. It's called Quest for Camelot, and there's a song in it that basically is describing what you're seeing, what you're saying. Sorry.
No problem.
Trying to find some of the lyrics.
Oh wow! Before you go on to that, Rachel, I want to add one more point about that snakes and ladders thing. Yeah. In terms of how we learn, and then we kind of go back down, and it feels like we're going back down, but it isn't really. Right? It's very profound. So not only is it perspective shifting and caution in terms of our things, but also it's opportunity to integrate and apply. You on your computer, you get an update from Windows or Apple or whoever. Okay, you say click on the update, installing, blah, 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 and it does that, right? And this is the profound realization, the awareness, the new, the excitingness, the awesome. What happens at the end of that update, usually? What are you asked to do at the end of that?
Confirm.
Reboot your system. Exactly. That going down that snake, that's the reboot. Why does the system require the reboot? Because in that process of rebooting, it is able to actually assimilate and put into place this new update in the appropriate way. Right? And that's just how things work in the system. That if we don't have that reboot, we don't get to integrate it into the system. It's just kind of applied on the top. So that going down the snake, it's like that same process of rebooting, which allows the information, time and space, and the appropriate mechanism for it to get integrated into something that we can use longer term. If we don't reboot, that update isn't actually applied fully. Yes? It doesn't become system wide. So that's why that going down the snake, where you think that you kind of like regressing and starting back from square one, no, it isn't. You're never going back to the same place. Never ever. It's just that reboot that creates the time and opportunity and the space for you to assimilate things, to literally incorporate. That's what the word means. You know, corporate, it's corporeal, which means body, right? To incorporate, which means to make physical, to bring into your body. So to incorporate our new learning, it is very, very necessary. Because if we don't feel it, as far as I'm concerned, if we don't really feel it, it's not real. Yeah?
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Like every tree stands on its own. I'm just reading your message. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I'm typing the rest out because I've tried to like
Right.
it, like the lyrics are. But
Take your time. Take your time. So while you do that, Rachel, because it's a Facebook Live, I want to be a bit more focused. I love the fact that when we discuss things in general, and same thing happens with Sher and all of the others, you know, that we connect with on Zoom, you know, in the context of the Way of Impeccability program. I love that we go on these horizontal digressions, and then we come back to our overall theme, which is the Way of Impeccability always. But in the context of doing a Facebook Live, I want to be a bit more focused if possible. So in that context, I kind of want to sum up, and then we can end the live and continue chatting. In that context, the point of today's live was to focus on this thing of being too definitive, or the inappropriate application of assertiveness, right? So in our desire to be assertive, we also connect to a desire to be authoritative. And we see this belief that to be authoritative is good and powerful and useful and necessary. And so that gets misapplied in us stating everything as definitive as fact. And as we've discussed, when we do that, we limit options and we force people just into one thing. And essentially what we mostly do is we force them to resist. You know, so that's the problem with this inappropriate application of assertiveness and also the desire to be authoritative. The most effective way to actually be authoritative is to share, and share purely and truly with honesty and integrity. Share what you believe, to share your truths as your truths. When you do that, you create this massive, profound freedom, and it is massively, fundamentally powerful. Also, we avoid the problems of arrogance. When we share something as definitive, we are in essence being arrogant. We are saying what I believe to be the truth, no matter how valid and justified. I'm insisting that it's also a truth for you. And no matter how much that I believe it's my truth and it's good for me, we resist that when it comes from others. If we just think back in our lives, when people insisted that their truth become my truth, this was almost inevitably a massive problem. So we don't want to perpetuate the things that we don't like. So no matter how much I'm convinced it's good, I have to understand my desire to be helpful and my desire to be good and my desire to assist others, that it can be inappropriately applied when I practice this idea of being helpful. To assume what is helpful for somebody else, in other words, to give advice, it's actually arrogant. Why? Because I'm assuming what's good and right for them. I may or may not know, but I cannot insist that I know. That's arrogant, right? So when I share it as, in my opinion, for me, as I see it, this might be helpful. Now they have that freedom to choose, and I'm not being arrogant by insisting that my truth is also their truth. It might be, but I cannot insist on it ever. Yes? Does that connect, Rachel? Sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right on that point there, Rachel. I just want to end on that note, just as a nice little summary, because otherwise they're too long in the lives. You know what I mean? So give me 1 second. I just want to stop the live stream, and then we'll chat some. Okay. I ended the live stream. So I'm keen to hear more, Rachel. I really don't mean to cut you off, but as you know, we chat all day on this stuff, and so I just have to end it somewhere. So okay, just end it there. On a little summation point. Oh, we lost you. Rachel, you wanted to say something, and I want to hear. I really don't mean to cut you off. It's just the nature of the thing. So.
I understand. I don't take it as offense. I take it as you're trying to move things along, and I'm getting caught up in sidetracks.
Why?
And
No.
basically
It's not so much that I'm trying to move things along. I just wanted to make the Facebook. Okay, here's a topic. We discussed the topic, and we went into it in really good detail. And I want to kind of end with a little bit of a summary. And okay, you've got something you can take away with. You and I, we love to discuss things in detail, and we enjoy the sidetracking, and I love it. So it's not that I want to move things along. No, I have patience to do this all day because I love it. So it wasn't for that. It's just more to the appropriateness of that forum to just, okay, end it there, and it's cool. So yeah, it was brilliant, man. I tell you, Rachel, your posts, I don't think you just really realize how awesome those posts are. They are really magical. So keep at them, man. And again, Rachel, those posts, when you post them for yourself, that's where the value is. When you post them for others, we get into that. I'm assuming what is valuable for others. I can never know that. So when I post,
one of my massive anxieties is the fact that when I post something, I know someone's going to see it, and I know you're going to see it, and I know you're going to read it, and I know you're going to interpret it your own way. So I know someone's going to see it.
Right.
But I'm not necessarily writing it for somebody else, or when I post something and feel like it's not perfect.
Yes.
That's not what I'm actually doing. What I'm actually doing is I'm basically channeling and putting across, this is my anxiety about posting stuff.
Right.
So that's more for me than it is for everyone else.
Right. In other words,
so I'll be back 1 minute.
Yeah, no problem. I always say while you go there, you perspective shifting on yourself when you post. That's the magic.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay, see you in a moment. See you in a moment.
Sorry.
Not a problem. I just love you, Rachel. Man, I'm reading your post here now. Your awesomeness, your goodness, it's off the charts, I just, What a magical change. Just love you. Fantastic. Fantastic, Rachel. Fantastic. Okay. Let's refresh this.
I feel much better.
Brilliant.
The thing that I sent you anyway in the chat, I suppose is going to be a bit of a takeaway, but what I think that basically applies to what you were saying on Facebook. Because, like every tree stands on its own, we all individually do, don't we?
Yes, exactly. Exactly. It's so funny that you bring up this thing with the tree. I was chatting yesterday with Bina and Sher and just Cher and Donna, and we were just sharing about perceptions and how I perceive people sometimes. And I have like a starting point perception, which is interesting when you were saying about that person with a one word thing. I have this one word sometimes that comes up to me when I see people. Just like a starting point perception. Anyway, so Bina said to me, she sees me as a tree. That's how she perceives me, as a tree. And then she elaborated, she said specifically as a neem tree. And then she explained on the neem tree. And here you come, the thing with the tree as well. I don't know, it's just magical.
Well, every tree reaches for the sky, doesn't it? It grows upwards.
Yes.
Everyone's reaching for the sky. Everybody wants to know that they're going to heaven in the end. Although heaven's subjective to the individual. I don't mean the literal place, just the natural place. I mean like finding bliss and inner peace and all that stuff.
Right.
We all want to do that, so we're all reaching for it. But not everyone knows how to grab it. And the fact that it says that I stand alone. I share my world with no one else. All by myself. I stand alone, supposed to be.
Yes. Independence of being. Yep.
Basically, that's basically saying that my world that I've created for myself, not
Yes.
necessarily a bubble, because unlike bubbles, worlds can't be destroyed, and they
Yes.
can be burned, and you can scorch the land, you can burn down the trees and destroy the wildlife that's there, but you can never fully get rid of it because it will always recover in the end, won't it?
Exactly. And also, the trees are connected to the other trees,
Exactly.
the roots, and they communicate and all this. But so they
But
are independent, but they're also a community. I love that.
exactly.
I love that.
So they stand alone and they have individual needs, they have individual desires and wants, they're individual trees, and they don't stand next to another tree.
Right.
Because that will actually interfere with the tree itself, because it will sap all of its nutrients and then it'll wither and die.
They don't stand in another tree's space.
Exactly. Personal bubble.
Exactly. I mean, rather than saying they don't stand next door to each other, just from a communication point of view. Yeah. I love it.
And I know each rock and stone, and I embrace what others fear. You are not to roam in this forgotten place, just for the likes of me are welcome here. Because that's literally it, isn't it? Your world is for you. You crafted it for yourself.
Yes.
It's your perspective. It's how you feel. It's what you, how you interpret things. No one else can come at you and say your world is wrong. It's not accurate. Well,
no,
it's assertiveness, that isn't it? It's dominance.
Exactly. Rachel, I love this as a culmination of everything that we talked about. So I'm going to take that and post it or you can post it as a comment on the live. Do you know what I mean?
I don't know how to do that.
Well, just comment. Just copy and paste it in, like you posted it in the chat here. Just in when you go back and refresh the page on the group page, you'll see I'll pin the live to the top, and you can just post it as a comment because it's a very profound comment on that. And I'll add my own comment, which I'll share with you here now too. But I'll type it as a comment also. Once you've done that, which is for me the way I perceive trees, and it's always been something that's very meaningful to me. I see trees as artists.
They are, yeah.
Each tree, through its being, it's expressing its art. I love that. I love it. It's so huge to me.
Do you know what? Do you know what? When I was little, because I said before many times that my mum was basically a practicing witch since forever.
Wow.
I grew up around it. So although I had my issues at the time, I remember this one moment when mum was trying to teach me how to meditate, and I couldn't do it. But I had this one moment where I technically did do it, and we went to a place that is severely haunted and has a lot of like negative history there. It was called Joey the Swan, and its name was derivative from an actual swan that was called Joey. He basically stayed in the lake near Joey the Swan, and he had a partner, and his partner died, so he never left the area. People had to physically feed him. So when he died, they called the entire place Joey the Swan.
Wow.
And that place was like really haunted, but I remember sitting down resting against a tree. And I remember what my mum said before I did it. She's basically saying that she wanted me to switch off and listen to the wind and listen to the trees and listen to the grass and let them talk to me.
Very cool. Very cool.
I thought she was crazy. I thought it was nuts.
Very cool.
Anyone do that? Trees don't talk, grasses don't talk, there's no voices in the wind. So when I actually got into it properly and I managed to ground myself, I remember the tree feeling like going from really lumpy and like it was trying to repel me from leaning against it to physically being... Oh, someone's joined.
Brilliant. Hello, someone, whoever that is. It's Donna.
We've got 3.
It's magical, Donna. Yes, you'll see her come up in a moment there as she connects. So yeah, she's still Donna on this, but she can be Donna. Donna, if you
what?
You're still Donna.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting to change that.
So I think all you have to do is just right click on your name and it says there rename, and that's where you do it. So not that it matters, but I don't know.
Right.
I love it. I love it that you Donna. You know, I can eat you sometimes. You're delicious, so it's all good. Sorry, Rachel. Please elaborate. I just like to greet people when they come in. So, my innate courtesy, I guess. But I don't mean to interrupt you. Carry on, please.
Oh, me neither. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were with anybody. Sorry.
It's all good. It's all good.
Perfectly fine. I don't mind. It's always nice to greet people.
Yes. You were saying, Rachel. I don't want you to lose your train. You were talking about trees being artists.
Yeah, and I was talking about my first experience with the voices in the wind and stuff.
Wow. Yes.
Tree. One was trying to teach it me because she found me too negative as a child. So she was trying to help me with the negativity and stuff. So I was leaning against this tree, and then it was a lumpy tree, and it was really uncomfortable to lean against. The tree didn't want me there. But when I managed to get into it, the tree went really soft, and it didn't have any bumps in it. More like it was embracing me, hugging me, almost.
Wow.
And it was really comfortable. It felt like I was leaning against a bed. It was really soft.
Wow. So that's
from that point onwards, I actually started hearing whispering as the wind blew through me, through my hair.
Wow.
And I could feel something underneath me, the grass. It just felt like a meadow. It was really, really nice. And so I basically started listening to the whispers in the trees and stuff, and focused more on it. And it became from whispers to someone talking incoherently, from talking incoherently into someone forming sentences and words.
Wow.
And the only thing that I could hear was believe.
Yeah. Wow.
I physically started crying.
So say that last sentence again. That was a very profound sentence, exactly as you said it.
The last bit. The only thing I heard from the voices in the wind, they started off as whispering, and from whispering to incoherent talking, from incoherently talking to an actual sentence, an actual word being formed, which was just the word believe. And I started crying.
Wow. But when you said it the first time, you said, if I remember exactly, you said the only thing that I heard was that and I wasn't sure if you said I must believe or I can believe, but that's
just believe.
Right. Oh, right. So the only thing I heard was that I believe.
No, I said just the word believe.
The only thing I heard was believe. That's the magic. That's it. I knew I hadn't heard it exactly right, which is why I wanted to express it again. The only thing I heard was believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an incredible takeaway from that. Incredible takeaway.
Still got to make our way through the lyrics yet.
Say again?
We still got to make our way through these lyrics yet.
It's all good. It's all good, man. It's all good. So Rachel, sorry, just to catch Donna up, we had this on the live. We talked about the problem of being definitive. And again, we talked about this, the problems of sharing in that particular way, adding the disclaimers for me. And in Rachel's case, she has had in her life pressure on her to be assertive, to assert the validity of her way of being and her way of living. So assertiveness through attunement has come to be very necessary for Rachel. And she made a post to say that, her assertiveness, I'm paraphrasing, her assertiveness leads her to basically, react and object to stuff inappropriately, and is making her feel cornered. And in other words, if I were to paraphrase it even more, Rachel, the takeaway for me is that this, your connectivity to assertiveness also leads to a desire to be authoritative. And this has led to saying things in a way that is just one-sided and only from one perspective, and that's limiting. And you realize that also not just in how you respond to people, but also your communication, it's making you feel cornered, because that assertiveness, it is become a default, and you're applying it in all situations, and that's what's making you feel cornered, that you're feeling manipulated in essence by your own desire to be assertive. In other words, you're applying it in every situation as opposed to selectively, right?
Yeah.
So we discussed all that. And then we started to come on to this point of saying where now Rachel is on a point of independence of being, and she's using as a summation, as a takeaway of the entire conversation. She's posting these lyrics from a song that stand out for her, and they're in the chat there. So I'm going to copy and paste them. So because Donna won't see the chat because she joined after you posted it. So just the way the chat works.
Okay.
So there we go. So Rachel's. So keep reading, Rachel. Keep reading. You were at a point of this. So keep going.
Okay. Where was I up to? I hit that right there. Do we go back through it, or?
You're welcome to. Absolutely. Sure.
Because I just only think that's fair. Because
No, do it. And I want to hear it all again, because whenever we repeat, it's never the same. And this comes to the snakes and ladder perspective. So I'm going to use this in two ways here for the magic. Rachel expressed something really profound that I think you also feel, Rachel. Rachel said that sometimes when she's learning, she kind of, it's like snakes and ladders. She learns and learns, and then her default habits kind of pull her back, and she feels like she's back on the starting level again. And I said, whoa, no, it's not like that. That every time you go down, you don't actually go down to the root basic level, but those levels, they keep raising. So yes, it's snakes and ladder, but you don't actually go down to the original starting point. And it's the same with the repetition. Whenever we repeat something and re-express it, do we ever repeat it exactly in the same way? No. Even though I asked you for the exact same sentence that you said it differently. So we never repeat the same way. And it's very valuable, because each time we repeat, we express it differently, just automatically, we get a new perspective. So you going over this again, this is a very important takeaway. So the repeat, it's a gift from the Donna's here to go over it, because we're going to get that new perspective. So, okay, let's start again on this.
Not only that, repeating myself is one of my triggers.
I love it.
So I'm trying to get rid of that trigger.
No, but repeating is valuable, because we are getting perspective, and we never really repeat, never actually really repeat.
Exactly, which is why I feel that I need to get rid of that trigger, because sometimes you have to repeat yourself multiple times.
You have to, because it's elucidation. It's not repeating, it's shining a light from a different angle. Yes, we're looking at the same thing, but our first perspective, it's only a part of the picture. So when we repeat, it's another part. So it's not actually repeating, it's perspective shifting. It seems like repeating, but it isn't. It's like, oh, let me come at this from a slightly different angle. That's it. So just change it in your mind, maybe. You make the association with perspective shifting, so that repeating is actually perspective shifting. It's never actually the same, right?
Okay. Yeah. Well, oh, she's gone.
A connection probably just dropped off, so no worries.
Now she's coming back.
She always listens though, so no worries. All right, so Donna, Rachel is going to do a recap of. Rachel's going to do a recap of our entire Facebook Live conversation.
I feel that the entire Facebook Live conversation is in these lyrics anyway.
Gotcha. Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, it goes, like every tree stands on its own, reaching for the sky, I stand alone. And from that, I believe that that's like, mine's gone blank.
It's the manifestation and the expression of independence of being.
Yeah, that's it. Like we all have, we all like a tree, and trees do stand on their own.
Right.
And everyone's reaching for the sky.
Yes.
But ultimately, you and your own independence makes you an individual, and a tree will never stand too close to another tree.
Right.
Because it takes away its nutrients and make one of the trees wither and die.
Right.
So although they're in the same forest, they stand apart from each other and not in each other's personal space.
Yes.
Because it's a community, like you said before, wasn't it?
Yeah, right. In other words, even though they are community and they're connected and they collaborate and they share nutrients and everything, they still make space for each other's independence of being.
And every branch grows towards the sun, which is why you can get trees that are bent, because they're trying to find the sunlight.
Right.
And if a tree overshadows its closest relative,
Right.
then that tree can't find the light and is forced to move around other trees to
Right.
get to the light. And reaching for the sky is symbolic for everybody trying to find inner peace.
And each
Everybody
tree.
everyone wants to find heaven. Everyone's reaching for heaven.
Right. And they do it in their own way. And when we
Yeah.
look at, and I added to this perspective of the tree to say that for me, I perceive trees as artists. And their
Yes.
artistry is their being. Their very expression of being is their artistry, is their art. So they all reach for heaven, but in their own particular way, and that particular way is their artistry. And that, I don't know, it just changes the whole perspective on trees to see them as living artists. It's just fantastic.
And it goes, the next part of the song is, I know each rock and stone, and I embrace what others fear. You are not to roam in this forgotten place, just for the likes of me are welcome here. Which is basically your inner world, your mind palace, or whatever you want to call it.
Yes.
It's yours, and it's only for you. You can take on other people's perspectives, but you're not taking on other people's world.
Yes, exactly. And it can
Your world
only
is how
be
you see
real
things.
if it's yours. And this comes back to the point of definitiveness and assertiveness and authority to express our opinions as absolute fact. That's the thing of the tree. It's saying it's you, it's fact to you. And that's the only way we can be, right?
Yes. And that in that world, you know everything inside of it. You know what the faces on the rocks are. You know what the voices in the wind are. You know how the grass will blow in a rhythmic sway. And you know the groans and creaks of every single piece of wood and tree. You know every single quote unquote spirit in that world, because it's yours. It's all a manifestation of your perspectives, how you see things, and how you want basically a reflection of the world itself. Because although you see a rock, if you see more than just a rock, like I was saying before, in your environment, you actually, what do you feel from that rock? And then what you feel from that rock will turn into your inner world, and then will create that rock, but not as the rock is, but how you saw that rock.
Yes, exactly. So it's perception and our individual perception that's the issue. And when we make space that enables that individuality of perception, now we are in tune with the greatness of things. Yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Which is, again, to come back to as a takeaway, our topic was about being definitive. When we are definitive, we narrow the options.
Yeah. And also, if you find something confusing, don't bother trying to get someone to explain it. Not you're incapable of understanding. It's just you don't understand the concept of what someone else is saying.
And you need more perspectives. Yeah.
Exactly. When you ask more questions to that one person, like what happened to me and Ryan, for example, I didn't understand what he was saying, so I was trying to get him to explain it so I could understand, but I was just confusing myself more and adding frustrations to everybody else because they thought more than likely that I was being picky.
Yeah. No, it's all good, man. It's all good. It's all good, right? So all good.
No, it's just like that situation. It's the same thing because it's happened. That situation has happened again recently. In fact, today.
Why? So sometimes that's snakes and ladders. When we don't understand, we are saying, oh, you know what? I'm going to go down a snake to start again and choose a different ladder because this one, it didn't get me to understanding. Okay, I'm going to choose another one so that I can have those perspectives and then I get to understanding. So the snakes and ladders example is very profound, man. I love it. It's really useful.
Exactly. Something's just clicked as well. Rather than ask that same person, ask somebody else.
There you go. A different perspective, in other words. Yes, absolutely.
Exactly. Yeah. Like someone else can explain the same concept, but in a way you can process it and you come to an understanding of that concept.
On a personal point, Rachel, I make every effort to try and learn and develop the ability to explain things in one way, and then to try and to also be able to explain it in other ways, and to be able to explain it as if it was somebody else. I try. It's a skill that I constantly practice and attempt to have a better skill of, that ability to explain it from multiple perspectives. It's a very useful skill. It's very powerful.
Not only that, some brains are wired to be
Yes.
really
Yes.
logical.
Yes.
And
Yes.
if
Yes.
something
Yes.
doesn't meet that logical
Yes.
standpoint,
Yes, I actually have a project which is about bringing awareness. It's called the Rules of Sentience Project. And part of it is you express it in one way, and then there's a second way where you express all the alternatives. So you'll say it in like the most concise way you can, and then you say, okay, yes, it's expressed differently. And when you see all those alternative variations, like you said, some brains just connect differently. And man, then at some point, you see the light, boom, it happens. Elucidation.
exactly.
Very
Well, the next
powerful.
one is where am I?
Oh, everything breath for me.
Every breath. That's supposed to be. I
Yeah,
hate
yeah,
auto.
yeah.
Every breath for me means life, for others death. It's perfectly planned, more enough for this man. And I've seen your wills with these very eyes. And the other part of the song that I didn't put down there is with these very eyes, even though I'm blind. Because the character singing the song is blind.
Right. So like a tree.
Exactly. He can't see the physical world, but
Right.
he's learned to use his mind's eye, and he can walk around with a stick, and that stick he's not waving it around to try and get a sense or map anything out. He can walk around like a normal person just waving a stick, and in the song he'll do like dances and smack like a plant trying to eat him.
Wow.
Head. He doesn't kill it, he just whacks it on the head and then carries on doing his dance and his number. And it's
Wow.
like you wouldn't understand that this guy's blind because he doesn't act it. He doesn't like he can see everything.
Right. We're all blind in some way. That's just the humility of things,
Which is why for every breath means life and for others death as well. Like in your inner world, if you see something like if you take a dangerous situation, for example, somebody who wants to mug you, right? For example,
Yeah.
for you seeing that person, you see him trying to take something away from you when you don't realize that that person is one of many things, mentally ill, and thinks you're trying to take from him, or he is somebody that's down on their luck, somebody who's lost almost everything, their house, their wife, their children, everything. And for him, mugging you is his source of life. So rather than see him as something being taken away forcibly from you, hand it out willingly, because then that's giving life to somebody else who would otherwise starve and is desperate.
Powerful.
And it takes me to a situation that actually happened in real life where I was living in my previous address, and there was a shop around the corner, and it was robbed by a man, and he had a knife, and he was waving it around, and he was threatening to stab people. But when he got what he wanted from the shop, which was a bag of crisps, a bottle of water, and £20,
Wow.
and he then, on his way out, stopped and looked at the guy he was mugging and said, "I'm really, really sorry for everything that I've just done. And I know you probably don't believe me, but I really, really, really am remorseful. I just need to do this because if I don't, I will starve.
Wow.
No other choice, no other option for me." And that actually made the guy being robbed feel remorse and empathy for the guy that was doing the robbing, and actually went and fought against the government and brought attention to it. And the government was very, and that guy eventually got his house back, he's got his benefits back, and he was cautioned by the police.
Wow.
Using a dangerous instrument of death around. He wasn't arrested for it.
Yeah. Mitigating circumstances, in other words.
Pretty much, because this guy was really, really suffering.
Yeah. Sometimes desperation, man, it's a terrible thing.
Calls for desperate situations, calls for desperate measures, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well,
His stomach was physically aching because it was so empty.
Yeah. Just amazing. So it makes us realize all the more the necessity and the importance of perspective shifting, right?
Yeah.
That story of that robbery, that's a story of the profound necessity for perspective shifting.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
so therefore, just because something reeks of death, whether it's death of a routine or something being forcibly taken away from you, it's not necessarily like that. So if you can try and find the life in something that's dead, then you'll see it for something completely different as you originally perceived it
Why?
as.
Why? Why?
And everything's perfectly planned, more than enough for that man, which basically means that everything in his world is all planned, and that he knows what he's doing. He knows what his opinion is. He knows what his thoughts and his emotions are, and he knows how to implement them, which is something I'm not very good at, but I try.
Whoa. Don't say I am, were, past tense. Not, the future's open. You know, so don't lock it in. Don't lock it in, please, Rachel. Please don't lock it in, right?
The way I see it is, I say I am because it's still something I'm struggling with, and until I
Yes.
stop struggling with it, then
Yes.
it will always
Yes.
be I
Okay.
am.
Right. But then just say I am currently.
I am trying.
Right. But if you say I am currently, that by implication says that this is open for change. But when you say
Okay.
I am, you kind of by implication sort of makes it perpetual. You see what I say? I'm currently, changes the whole thing. Yeah.
Understand that, yeah. I get it.
Sometimes our words are very powerful, Rachel, because we are inherently very honest. So what we say, our inner bureaucrats try to make them true. And they're kind of stupid. They're like a computer. They don't think for themselves. They just go with the program. See? So when you say I am, they try and make it true. But if you say I'm currently, okay, it's a temporary thing. Okay.
Power of will, isn't it? That's the power of will.
Yes, and the power of words. They are really, really ridiculously powerful. All right,
Yeah.
Rachel.
Yes.
Rachel, I want to make a profound jump here.
Okay.
Because it's connected. You'll see now. But I want to jump to where Donna and I were chatting earlier. And I want to discuss that. And you're going to see how it connects. It's going to come from a whole different way at first, but it will connect in the end because, well, everything is connected. Okay. So Donna?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I'm going to read your last couple of comments and then we're going to get into them, yeah?
Okay.
That's good? That's okay?
Sure.
All right. Okay. So you said, my sense of urgency comes from a space of flow. And I write to text something immediately. Otherwise, the flow disappears somewhat. Not sure what that is. Yeah, that's just pertinence and relevance right there. Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
But
So
when I'm in the flow, I physically feel different.
yes. And that's also immersion into the particularness of our circumstance. And our immersion changes how we feel. And this comes back to the bigger point that we're going to talk about, immersion and the ability to immerse deliberately. So then you also said, feel like I could. Okay, that's not relevant. Am I here to assist everyone and everyone assists me? How does that flow? Yes. I think that was sort of addressed with the forest and the tree analogy. You know that literally, right? In a forest, the trees communicate via their roots and they're connected and they can even share nutrients and stuff, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So in that sense, yes, the trees are all individual. And like Rachel said, they don't invade each other's space. They don't grow too close. Well, that's also because you create shade. There's not enough sun, so it doesn't really make for that. Now, sometimes it can happen that trees grow in each other's space, but ideally, it's not the good solution. So we are here to assist everyone, and as everyone assists us, but also it is connected to the profound respect of independence of being. That we assist by having independence of being. That's how we assist and how we are assisted. In other words, if I'm growing as a young sapling in that forest, right, the fact that the trees are mature, right, that they are able to help me. If they weren't and they didn't have independence of being, then they aren't really capable of sharing their nutrients because they're not rooted enough themselves in their solidity. As they're growing, they still need everything for themselves. But once they get to that independence of being, they are capable of sharing. Yeah? Does that make sense in that context of the assisting everyone and everyone assisting us?
Does.
Okay. If you have a belief that we are just energy, that's still a belief, and that's in and of itself limiting. Yes. but at the same point, some beliefs might be open-ended beliefs, which are, if I believe in the more, it's not a limiting belief, it's an infinite belief. So it's not limiting even though it's a belief. Does that make sense? There's a conundrum here, in other words.
Yeah.
It's not that beliefs themselves are limiting. Yes, in general they are, but it's the type and the nature and the shape of the belief that's limiting, right? So if we have open-ended beliefs, that's different. Like, for instance, for me, one of my most profound root beliefs is everything is only as good as it lasts. Everything for me. Every belief, every ability, every accomplishment, every technique, every mechanism, every understanding, every awareness. All of it, everything. It's only as good as it lasts. In other words, I don't lock myself into say that my beliefs, my ideas, my abilities, my techniques, my mechanisms, my understandings, all of that. None of them are definitive. They're all open-ended so that they don't become limiting beliefs. So I deliberately say my beliefs are open, even though at the moment I'm reacting and using them as if they are fact. But always I leave that little door open. It's only as if it's fact. Yes, I'm 99% committed, but it's always 99, never 100. I always leave that space open so that I don't make my beliefs limiting. Does that make sense, Rachel? And Donna?
Yeah, that goes back to, I'm looking for my power cord because my phone's dying.
Gotcha. Okay, we'll just pause a moment then. No worries.
It makes sense to me as well.
Oh, good. Yeah, that openness. Yeah, man, it's huge. Because here's the thing, Rachel, if I think back in my life, right, and I remember this happened very literally. It was a very simple, childish thing, but it doesn't matter. It was profoundly effectual, right? I believed something to be true. I believed it with 100% of my being. And I actually literally took a bet on it. It was for 50 cents. It took 30 years to pay that bet, but I did pay it in the end. Nonetheless, right? At that time in my life, I only ever took a bet and was willing to bet when I absolutely was 100% sure. So I never lost a bet. That was the only one that I've ever lost. It was literally on the make of somebody's car, right? I was convinced it was a Mercedes, and my friend said, no, it's an Audi. Right. And I was convinced. I was willing to bet you 50 cents. And we walked down the street and looked at the car. And lo and behold, it was an Audi, not a Mercedes. So, okay, I lost my bet. But the profound effect on me was, man, I was so convinced this was true. I was convinced this was reality. And in other words, I thought it was impossible that it could be something other than what I believed to be reality. It was just impossible as far as I was concerned. So in that moment, I realized that the impossible could become possible. So from that moment onward, I could never ever be 100% certain about everything. And also the further implication was that, I believe many things to be impossible, but actually they can be possible. And this came later on in a very profound way in something that was more like a factual scientific thing, like sailing directly into the wind. I did a lot of sailing as a kid, and it was, if you just sail, it's impossible to sail directly into the wind. And that was just a fact. And we just took it for granted. And I used it very often as an example of something that's impossible. Oh, you can't sail directly in the wind. But somebody came and they just rearranged things, perspective shifted, and they said, oh, here you go. You can sail directly into the wind. Oh, fuck. Well, now, actually, on a more literal sense, the impossible became possible. And that's very transformative. That's why, for me, I don't care how much it's a fact of nature, a law of science, whatever. I don't care. The fact that one thing that was impossible became possible. If that's possible, it means that potentially other things also that are supposed to be impossible can be possible. So I just keep that openness always. Always. I don't want to lock myself into that same narrowness that I used to have as a kid and that. So very powerful for me. So this idea of everything is only as good as it lasts. It is that opening the door to the impossible becoming possible. which ties into what you kind of saying in a sense, Donna, in terms of our beliefs. Yeah.
Yep.
That we want to have open-ended beliefs, in other words.
There's just so many beliefs out there, and just
Yes.
it through your story, I
Yes.
can totally resonate with that. In that, there was all kinds in my story as well, and where I am now, as far as like we were talking about the awakening process, or we're
Right.
all, or say I ams and affirmations, or don't say I ams and affirmations, and watch your words, and don't be in conflict with your own energy. I mean, you could go on for hours.
Right.
And
Exactly.
a lot of them contradict the other, and it's
Right.
kind of like you're trying to swim against the current and find yourself in a place.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting journey, and it is true that if you just remain open, I don't know, it feels like at this point it doesn't really matter how you get there. We're all sort of getting to this place, so why close all the doors? If one works for another person, cool.
Exactly. And it comes down to one of the key power conceptions of the way of impeccability, which is believing without believing, or trusting without trusting, accepting without accepting. So it's not about whether something is true or not. That's irrelevant. It's whether or not I can get value and usefulness. This is the issue. I can get value and usefulness whether something actually is true or not. It's irrelevant. For instance, I watch a movie and I listen to the movie character and they say something really profound and oh, wow, I can go and use that. It doesn't matter that the guy was writing it as fiction and the author himself may have thought it was complete rubbish. I got value out of it. Who cares? I'm getting value. The value is real. Doesn't matter what started, what stimulated, what prompted that value. So what do I care whether when people say one thing, okay, this is an idea, a suggestion, a perspective, and somebody says another one. I hear them both. I get value out of them both. Doesn't matter that they contradict each other. Who cares? I'm getting value. It makes no difference. It's perspective shifting, and this is the magic of perspective shifting. So we don't have to be definitive. Once we unlock from that definitiveness, it opens the whole world up. It shifts everything. Yeah?
Yep.
So we can believe without believing, accept without accepting, trust without trusting, and so on. It's that lack of commitment, or not. It's not a lack of commitment. I should rather say it's not that desire to be so thoroughly committed. It's unhooking from this idea of definitiveness, because it's a profound default that we come into the world with, that we've got to know who we are. We've got to be self-defined. And yes, to be authoritative is to be definitive. It's all of this stuff. It comes from the superiority paradigm of saying, well, this is the way you rise in the hierarchy, and it's all necessary from that point of view because it used to be necessary to be higher, and it like has these profound survival issues. If you're at the bottom of the hierarchy in a survival thing, you could die. So, but that's not relevant any longer, and we've moved to a new paradigm. That's not the hierarchy paradigm anymore. We're now in a completely different society and world. We're in a collaboration, in a play paradigm. So we have to be more open, and we can be more flexible. Definitiveness is not necessary anymore because we've basically solved the problems of survival. It's not an issue to survive anymore like it used to be. Survival is pretty much taken care of in our world today. So for the most part, yes, there are exceptions like that robber, but for the most part. So it's really profound when we start to shift like that and open up and to say, hey, I can believe without believing. And that the world doesn't work the way I think it is. We live in a fluid reality. There's more. All of these conceptions, it just allows us that openness. And when we unhook from definitiveness, we start a whole profound new journey. We start in a journey into the more, into wonder, into awesome, into magic. And that's the journey that we're all on, right? Us specifically. I mean, you, Donna, me, Donna. You, Rachel, and me. All of us, very specifically, are on a journey into more, right? I mean, Rachel, in terms of your paganistic conception of things, that's a journey into magic, which is a journey into more, yeah?
To connect the higher self, yes.
Yeah, exactly. And to connect to our higher self, we have to unhook from the definitions of our lower self. It's what keeps us limited. It's the definitiveness of our self-definitions.
The only reason why I chose paganism is because not only because it spoke to me more, but because I just don't understand Christianity. It
There you go. And yeah, so, it's whatever works. Who cares? If you're getting to your higher self, which is really, as far as I'm concerned, it's just to be the universe. That is our higher self. We are the universe. Who cares how you get there? Makes no difference. One path makes no difference.
There was a wise man who once said that every religion on the planet is the same network.
Of course, it's all the same. When you abstract it, it is all religions in the end are saying be one with the universe, be one with God, etc. Know God. What is knowing God? If you really know God, you're going to be the same as God. You're going to know, going to be one with God. Same thing, all the same point. So it's all about saying you are the universe, you are everything, you are God, be the most you can be your higher self, etc., etc. It's all the same when you abstract it. That's why in the way of impeccability, one of our techniques and tools to get to this path, to enable ourselves, it's to learn to think in the abstract. In other words, not just overview perspective, but abstract conceptuality. So the dictionary of power, it is exactly that. It's abstract conceptuality, which we take the similarities and we put them all together and we get the value and the usefulness. That's what counts. So it's a very profound mechanism when we start to think in that different way and we see the commonalities. Again, on our theme of the day, which is definitiveness. Again, one of the downsides and limitations of definitiveness. When we are definitive, we just see things in one way. We don't see the commonality. But when we open up and say, well, there's many other, in other words, to be definitive like about Christianity, we don't see the value in paganism or Islam or Krishna, Hinduism or whatever. All of them have value. And the value lies in different perspectives, because the more perspectives, the more we understand, the more easily we understand. So when we unhook from definitiveness, we automatically connect to perspective shifting and thus to greater and easier and more fluid understanding and to openness. And that's what we want. We're on a journey towards more, which we need to, by definition, be open in order to connect to the more. Yeah?
Yes.
Rachel, Donna?
Quick question.
Yes, absolutely.
Go ahead, Rachel.
Krishna is a Hindu god, isn't he?
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
He's the one with the long hair and the blue one with the long hair.
I'm not that up on the visual representations because there's so many, and so they vary quite a lot. So I do think that yes, in general, he's applied that way. But I just say Krishna because there's a lot. There's Ganesh and Shiva and all of them. But Krishna, it's just like a one that the others are connected to Krishna. Now sometimes it's Brahman, which is like the overview god. It's just I'm just using it because in Western religions there's just one god, and you sort of. But in Hinduism they have a whole range of them. But so Krishna is just more of a representation of like one that's more of an overview god. But it's not necessarily so. It depends on where you're coming at. For some people, Shiva or Ganesh or whatever, and there's thousands of these gods. But they just perform different functions. But it's more like Krishna is a representation of like an overview god, or Brahman also. So that's why I use that just as an analogy, So Hinduism is very unique in that, very different.
My nan was actually born in India. So
you actually born in India?
No, my nan was.
Oh, your nan. Ah, brilliant. And your nan means your grandma.
Yeah. It's
I'm just catching up for Donna, just in case,
Nan basically is a term given to somebody who feels that they're too young to be called grandmother.
Right. But they are technically your grandma, right?
Yeah, they are biologically your grandmother. They're the mother of your mother.
Right.
So they are your mother, but they prefer the word nan and nana.
So nan also, it's a maternal grandma, not, you wouldn't call your paternal grandma nan, or you might sometimes.
Either. They're just nan.
Okay. I'm just checking, the way I understood it, because I do know the term, I always just understood it to mean it's your grandma, and a young grandma also, but not necessarily. It can be older. It's not definitive, but typically.
This way, my nan is in her 90s.
Right.
And she is like really, she's not aged very well physically. So, but I still call her Nan
All right.
because, you know,
Yeah.
at the end of the day,
Right.
it's just something that we call them. I mean, we don't really like the term grandmother because it's too long, and Nan is just
Yeah,
like,
it's just slang, in other words. Yeah, yeah. That's
you
powerful.
get your nanny, which we just call babysitter.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, just English slang in terms of its different parts of the country. It's quite an exciting thing, or just fun, I feel, to connect to it. Because when you understand it, it's very expressive, but it can vary, just like in all the different parts of England. It's just amazing how much it can vary, more so than in many other countries. You don't really find that in America that much, a little bit here and there, but not nearly as much as it is in England. It's just amazing, you know.
I find it funny because I was actually on PlayStation playing with an American man on a video game,
Mm.
and he basically he wanted me to like go through all the slang words in England.
Interesting.
He likes our culture, and he likes the way that language is very colourful, and well, he said colourful, but I won't.
Right. Well, American culture now, it's a TV culture, you know, so that's why it's so homogenous. And it's, you know, pretty much wherever you go in America, you see a lot of the same things, you know, and it's also with chain stores and stuff. So you have this, it's not so specific to the individual place. And people travel a lot here too, much more so than in other countries. They move around, you know, like everybody's from somewhere else.
Like London, for example. I like some of the slang words in London because they're really funny, like bruv. Bruv is an abbreviation of the word brother. And they just say it basically as, you're my brother, even though we're not biologically related. You're my friend.
Right.
You're my
Right. That comes from the monks. It comes from the monks.
We don't say that.
Right. I know, but I'm saying the expression brother, it literally comes from monks, you know, the original thing, where you're calling somebody a brother because you're a brother in your connectivity to God. You know, you've taken on this family. So they mean it in that very sense, that even though we're not biologically, we've become, and literally they're called a brother. That's the name for a monk, you know, or a sister for a nun. Yeah.
But yeah, but you have like an old Norwegian society going right back to before they found basically England, before they raided England.
Right.
The word brother was not someone who's biologically related. The word brother, because it's all about community back then.
Yeah.
Community spirit. Everybody in that community was considered brother and sister, even though they.
Right.
You know,
so a clan member, in other words, because those greater communities like the clan or your tribe. So anybody who's part of the tribe is technically your brother and your sister. Well, also in that Norwegian community or Viking, Old Norse, they didn't actually always know who the fathers were. So you couldn't say definitively who was your brother because you didn't really know. So you know, theoretically, because they kind of, you know, there was a much more openness when it came to sex and who the father was. Potentially anybody could be your father, which means you were everybody's brother or sister. So there's a very practical underlying reason for it.
There was like many reasons for it, but the word bro, which is the Norwegian word for brother, appears a lot. And you had your shield brother, you had your shield sister.
Right, exactly. It was a way to connect people, to also instill loyalty that was greater than just local loyalty, to a greater community loyalty. Yes. Yeah.
I think the best concept of it was from the Spartans and what the Spartans believed, because the Spartans basically, they would consider each other brothers in arms, but what they would do is the person that stands to your right is holding a shield, and that shield is to protect the person to the right.
Yes, and that comes from like all the military cultures, and you know the Romans took that.
But they actually said that in order for the person to your right to save you, you would need to form a sexual and romantic relationship with that person. Because if you love the person to your right, then you would save them at all costs, which is why Spartans never failed in combat.
Right. Oh, one of the reasons. Yeah.
It was motivation to save the person to your right.
Right. Yeah. Fascinating. Lots of moreness to things. It's just astounding how everything connects to me. and everything has relevance. It's just awesome. Just awesome.
He's seen the link then.
Yeah. I'm looking at it. Yeah, very cool. Very cool.
I
I'll
love
back to watch
I
it
love that.
later. I want to get to the last thing that Donna posted there. It's a very important point.
Okay.
Donna said, do you create your life experiences, or does the universe, higher self, in other words, or does the universe or your higher self create them? That's what you mean, right, Donna?
What I mean is, in being aware that now, of which I wasn't, that there really is no separation, that I feel as though we are here, our higher self, our spirit, and we're experiencing this physical experience through our what you call local self.
Yeah.
So I hear so much about you create your own reality. I'm gonna throw it out things I hear, and just think positive thoughts and say these 20 affirmations.
Yeah.
You'll be rich.
Yeah,
And
the woo
okay.
stuff, in other words, yeah.
Okay, so there's all that stuff. You create your reality. There's those words. If that is true, that your local self creates your reality, then why isn't everybody living their dreams?
And I
There's
think
a
that,
reason.
right, I think that right there is the problem, is this assumption that it's the local self that's causing the reality. When I say you create for me, I mean the you, it's actually the universal you, right? So yes, we are, but we and the universe is one and the same thing. It just happens to be where our particular awareness is. So when I personally think that I'm creating it, it's my higher self, which is the universe, and it's that I am the universe. So I am one and the same. It's just that my awareness is fragmented for a particular reason and a purpose. But the actual creation of my reality, this is the biggerness of me. And it creates a reality that is pertinent and relevant to me, that's right for me, that gets me all the lessons that I need to learn. So I'm doing it to myself, just in my personal conception, the greaterness of me. It is a greaterness that understands and knows things, but doesn't do so consciously and deliberately. Whereas my local me has that ability to know things consciously and deliberately. Now, to me, I see in the overallness, this is what is going on. My greater me, which knows everything and is ability to shape and create, but does so subconsciously and directly, it wants to know itself consciously and deliberately. So it manifests me and this reality in order for me to go through this project of individuation and limitation, because that allows for conscious, deliberate awareness. Right? And as I grow
but you have to have conscious, deliberate awareness to begin with. Okay, so here's where I am lacking understanding or knowing. I get everything you're saying and I can see that. And then I have this thought of, okay, if your higher self, which is the universe, when you look at that concept, you're fully aware of everything just because of the being that you are in that.
But not consciously and deliberately. It's a difference. Yes, you're fully aware, but not in a conscious, deliberate way. How often, Donna, in our lives, in our local selves, right, when we talk about, like, we know stuff, and then like intuitive feelings, right? And then as we start to pay attention to it, we say, well, you know what, actually it was kind of obvious, and actually it was really just implications, right? So we knew stuff and we thought it was like magical intuition, but actually we were just putting the implications together very quickly. So we knew, but in that overview direct way, but we didn't know it consciously and deliberately. But when we take the time and the effort to kind of work it through and think it through, and then it was actually obvious. Oh, it was actually obvious. Oh, it was actually obvious. That's what I mean, the difference between conscious, deliberate awareness and knowing things in the overall.
Okay, but if you are fully aware and you have to, in that knowing of who you really are, you have everything right there. What is the purpose of coming and experiencing the local self when you have everything?
Okay. Okay.
What is our
Right.
united mission in doing that? It's got to be beyond. Obviously, it's beyond. I mean, for most of my life, I thought it was just okay. I'm a
Right.
person. I'm living my life. I'm
Right.
going to age. I'm going to die. I'm not talking about that.
No, I hear you. I hear you. And it's the greater purpose. Okay.
Right.
So I need to adjust my statements from earlier slightly, because yes, I said we know everything. I should actually amend that to say that as the universe, yes, we kind of know everything, but more accurately, it's to say we have the capability of knowing everything, and we know much. But even the universe is expanding and it's not complete. So that's for me personally the way I see it. So as the universe, there are things that even as the universe we need to learn. For instance,
And the only way to learn them is to be here in the local.
Right.
They're not things that can be learned in the non-physical.
Right. For instance, when it comes to the survival paradigm, I'm sorry, universe, but on that, you're just wrong. It's not an ideal way for getting to awareness. There's lots of problems with the survival paradigm. It's a mess. It's a fuck up. And it's based on a root perception that this is how things should be. It's based on a limited understanding. So, but in the greater context maybe of that overallness of us, we take certain things for granted as being a default. And that, Rachel, you're also talking about our defaults. So when we come here and we experience very directly and clearly the problems and the limitations of this particular belief and this default paradigm that essentially is pervasive in the universe, we realize, oh shit, you know what? We are manifesting all of this stuff based on a root paradigm belief that's actually flawed.
Right.
So that's the problem, you see, that even the universe has some basic laws of the universe that are flawed. And we need to really come here. That's the point that we are here for, is to learn this very acutely and definitively. So you can look at life as we know it, as being an exemplification of the fuck-upness of the survival paradigm.
Well,
And the
we
superiority
have to
paradigm.
evolve. We have to evolve as a universe
Exactly.
out of that survival.
Exactly.
So we're here, and so like,
Right.
for me, it was like I got here, and then I forgot who I was,
Yes.
or why I was even here.
Yes.
And then I got plugged into some kind of machine that was like a robot. And then all this shit happened. And then somebody like shook me and said, wake the fuck up.
Yes.
And then I'm like, whoa,
Wow.
this isn't at all what I thought it was. What is going on? So now I'm here and I'm like, okay, well, why higher self are you creating this situation of my local self? And if I truly, even my higher self, like, if my local self creates my reality, everybody would just be creating their dream. So there's something more going on.
Yes. Okay. And now, okay, I delineated one potential moreness. In other words, one of the root paradigms of our universal self is flawed, right?
There's more than one.
Oh, exactly. I want to move on to another one. And that is the problem of immersion. What you were just saying now is that, yes, our higher self took us and it put us into essentially an immersion bubble.
Right.
Why? Because it wants you to learn about the detriments and the profound consequences and detriments of immersion bubbles. Also, it wants you to be aware of the profound magic of immersion bubbles. So, in other words, the lesson really, it is to learn to master the ability to deliberately immerse and not immerse, or when we immerse, to not lose our connection to the greater thing.
Okay, well, what's the benefit? What's the value to the universe of doing that?
Because if you don't have this ability to master immersion, you can get lost.
But we weren't lost.
Well, as the universe, you might be. You might have, okay, let's say the universe, we have this tendency in us, a default tendency in our greater selves. What if the universe immerses in some fantasy and forgets it's the universe? See my point?
Yes. I guess I see the universe as kind of a perfection type of
So,
thing, and
right.
that in
So,
itself might be
right.
flawed.
So our manifestation here might exactly be the consequence of the universe immersion in the fantasy of being real on a planet and this idea, this entire world that we've created. This might exactly be the consequence of the universe being inside an immersion bubble. So basically,
Well,
we've
it is.
created this. Do you see my point? Why learning about immersion itself is so critical? Because this right here could very well be, and as far as I'm concerned, quite likely, is exactly our higher self becoming locked and isolated in an immersion. It's forgotten that it deliberately is doing this. For instance, it's like when we watch a movie and we forget we're watching a movie and we believe we're in the movie. We lose touch with reality. And that's really what madness is, right? It's when we forget that we're immersed in something. Rachel says, I am everything and everything is me, yet I am nothing and only I am me. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So this ability.
Answered that pretty easily, actually.
Yeah, yeah,
Not
exactly.
everybody can follow their dream because not everybody has the ability to turn their dream into a reality and will give up halfway through the process of learning to transform a dream into a reality.
Right. And we can get lost. We can get lost inside a dream when we believe the dream is reality.
It's like the same difference between a prayer and a wish.
Yeah.
A wish is something somebody will make, and then it goes out into the universe, and the universe will answer that wish and make it a reality, thus making that wish and turning it into a prayer because it's been answered.
Right. Right. Yeah. It's very profound. So I'm connecting back to Donna's thing, right? Donna, when we look at this from this perspective of immersion, for instance, like as a scuba diver, right? Like one of your survival rules as a scuba diver underwater is to never, ever, ever forget where the surface is. Right? Because if you forget where the surface is, you get involved, and underwater, there's the dust from the soil on the ground, the ocean gets kicked up, and you don't know where it is. Now you can go the wrong way, and whatever, or in cloud from whatever reason, you always need to remember where the surface is, because if you get in trouble, you need to know which way to go, because your sense of direction isn't, you don't have gravity to help you know which way is up and down, right? So this is very important. You can very easily get lost inside that immersion of the underwater world and forget where the actual real world is, and this is very dangerous, right? I mean, so it's very important. I'm using it as an analogy. So what I'm saying is, when it comes to immersion, it's the same thing. We can't get immersed to the point where we lose connection to know where the surface is, and that's very important. And I think this is the point of why we are here, or maybe not even the point of it. So it's not necessarily that there's a purpose that to it, but I guess we could create a purpose, but it's also just, it may just be a fuck up that's happened, that we've created this bubble immersion, we've gone underwater, we've created a dream, and we've forgotten that we've created the dream, and we've got lost in our own dream of our own creation. So again, we could be playing a game for all we know. And we literally played it. It's such a realistic game that we've forgotten that it is a game, and we're treating it as reality. Does that help a bit? Does that help a bit, Donna? Sorry, Rachel. I'll come back to you in a second.
I get everything you're saying. I hear what you're saying. It just isn't. It does.
Not
I don't know, my logical mind's kicking in for some reason, instead of just like having a flow in there right now. There's some kind of resistance to it a little bit.
Good. Okay, so let's explore that. Let's see, what is it that is the resistance?
I feel like I had this like realization of the concept that you have a higher self that was sort of, I think it might go back to religion, sort of a perception of the perfection of things, and like more of a noble type of being. and then you have a local self, and they're not different, they're connected, and everybody's connected. And
Wow.
I don't have clarity on how, if you create your own universe, your higher self is creating it, your lower self is acting it out. How are the other players in the movie there? Who's orchestrating that larger part of the movie? And where is the real in
got
all
you.
of that?
I got you. Okay, so a couple of points here. The first one is, I'll come back to the second one. The second one is that we are actor, director, writer, and film crew. We are all of it. But I'll come back to that in a second. The first one I wanted to make that came up to me when you were saying that is, how do you change a really deep entrenched habit?
Not easily.
Exactly. Now, in our universal self, we say, shit, you know what? This thing of survival paradigm, it is a deeply entrenched habit, and I consciously know it, but I keep defaulting back to it. It's so entrenched, it's so deep in my program that even though I'm aware it's a problem, I don't have a way to leverage myself to do it. Wait a second, I do. I'm going to immerse in this so fully that it's such a fuck up that I can't do this consciously to myself. I can't consciously cause suffering to myself. But if I put myself in a situation of this immersion bubble, I'm going to be suffering very profoundly because of the survival paradigm. So I'm going to force myself to unhook from this habit. Does that make sense?
By just creating the suffering, and it gets to a point where it's so much you just get shaken at that point.
Right. Because here's the point. Right. Consciously and deliberately, I can't actually cause suffering to myself. It just goes against me. I can't do it, right, to myself as I am now. So the universe can't do it directly, but it can do it indirectly by creating this bubble. That it knows it's not real, but it will feel real, and therefore it will actually change the programming. Yeah. So it's deliberate immersion into a bubble for the purposes of reprogramming, because we can't deliberately create harm to ourselves, in conscious awareness. But if we kind of remove that, like, now it feels real to us. It isn't actually real, but it feels real. Because it feels real, it makes it real. And we start to change that deep underlying habit. I don't know. To me, that's very profound. That's something that I can see myself doing in just like, okay, I'm not the universe necessarily, but just as a gamer, to say, okay, I want to go and play, I want to immerse in the virtual reality game, which is going to feel real to me while I'm in it. But this will be a mechanism for me, like a reprogramming mechanism to change my default settings.
Okay, so you change all your default settings, and that goes back to, do you choose? You're done with the movie, you're done with the game, you're not going to be in it anymore.
Right. And you get out of the game and you go back to being a gamer. And now we say, okay, that was a profound therapy game. Okay, what's the next one? If you look at this from a gaming perspective, as I'm the gamer and the games I'm playing are like therapy games, right? And I said, hey, Doc, I want to change my this particular habit, this particular conception, this root core conception of believing in the survival and superiority paradigm. Okay, the doc says, hey, yes, sir, this is guaranteed 100% success. Okay, and the doc says, well, it might not always be too much fun, but it's guaranteed to work. You say, I don't care if it's not, because it's not real as your gamer. So you go immerse in it and you run the program, and eventually you wake up from it, and that's that. It's a fantastic program. It really, really works. So the experience, but when you come out of it as the gamer, you kind of sort of remember it, but doesn't have that same realness because it was just an experience. But it did change you. And you say, thank you, Doc. Okay, next program. Does that make more sense as an analogy?
Does. Yeah, I mean, it does. I experienced that. But so at what point do you transition that you're not going to be in this game at all?
Well, I guess that's when we die. We say, okay, I'm going to hook from the game. But that's part of the game, is that you have that pressure not to die willingly because you want to make sure to entrench that learning as much as possible. So you put inside the game, you put a safety valve that won't allow you to get out of the game too early. Because the objective of the game is to change your root paradigm. Yes? So, but and it's an unpleasant business. The remedy, the therapy, it's not fun. So we put a safeguard for you kicking out of the game too early, and that's the safeguard of the fear of death, or the uncertainty, the unknown, so that we don't exit too early, because we want to guarantee that we learn this lesson. Not just, okay, I think I've learned it, and okay, I can get out now, right? So the whole issue of death, that we kind of stay around as long as possible, but we die anyway. It's an inevitability. Okay, this forces the lesson to be implemented. Now, in actual real time, as a gamer, our immersion in this game might be, as far as we know, in real time might only take a few seconds, but in perceived time, it takes a lifetime. It's the perception that changes, not the actual reality. So we might literally just, as a gamer, okay, it takes a few seconds or a few minutes or whatever. We don't care. It doesn't matter. The real time is irrelevant. It's the perceived time. So it needs to be perceived as a long time, because that's how it gets entrenched, and we're really seeing it over and over and over again, the repetition that, no shit, and we get to shift in the local. We get to shift because of the suffering and the profoundness of it. It's like, fuck, no, we get to shift.
So if somebody learns all the lessons in the local, though, do they not choose then, if they've learned what they've learned to do and they've come? Isn't that kind of what people title enlightenment? That's when you have that connection.
Yes, when you feel you don't
source?
need, when you don't feel like you don't need to learn specific lessons or go into specific immersion bubbles. I guess so. Yeah, that's what I would take it to mean. Absolutely. When you wake up from this immersion and you say, "Oh, I'm the gamer. I am the universe." That's classically in the from the traditional stuff, over the centuries, what they mean when they say enlightenment. That you wake up from the illusion, and they use those exact words. That's where the word waking up comes from, and illusion, and all is mind. It's not a new concept that we create the universe.
But it feels like a lot of people have woken up from the illusion, and those are the brothers and sisters and the trees and the roots and all that stuff.
Right. A lot of people.
Very much feels like there's that community, and that they, in their waking up, have a role. That's not the right word, but it's one I'm going to use for now, in helping to evolve humanity.
I feel you on that.
Do you feel me on that?
Yes, I do feel that there are people, the gamer. In other words, you're saying the gamer community, not the avatar community. Right. So not your in-game self, which is your avatar, but your actual real self, which is the gamer. So let's just, for our purposes, call the real self. We call it your higher self, call it the gamer self, right? Because even the gamer needs to learn. That's the point, though. We assume, and when I say, yes, the universe knows everything, to a point. It knows everything that it knows as far as it knows, but also the universe is learning. So that's a point that I feel that we need to make this distinction.
That's a pretty big shift for me, for sure.
Yeah. So, literally our universe is an expanding universe. And there's always more. And that's why I like that there's always more. Because even the universe is learning. So as a gamer, yes, okay, let's assume that when we wake up from this reality, because obviously it's using very sophisticated technology that doesn't exist in this reality, the local. But for the gamer, so basically that's like in a future, right? We might say, right? In our gamer world, we're in the future. And we've just created this because it's easier. And if you look at most games that you play, they're always in the past in some way. They're based on what we know, their limitations. Even the science fiction games, even though it's theoretically in the future, they're still based on what we know now. So they're always in some kind of limitation. But anyway, just our gamer, thus, it's in the future and it's more sophisticated and knows a lot more. But they too are growing. So when we understand this, that as the universe itself is growing and there's always more, it changes the whole dynamic that, yes, we know everything as this future gamer. We know a lot more and we're connected to everything and we know stuff and we're sophisticated and aware and all that. But even then, there's still more to learn.
But the way to shift from being in the game to being the gamer is through the awareness.
Right.
And the universal self, the higher self, may not have that perspective. And the way they
Right.
get that perspective is through our experiences in our local.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
So as a gamer in the future that has this technology, just for argument's sake, we say, you know what, I'm pretty sharp, I'm pretty aware, but, you know, I still don't have this as a habit. I haven't mastered the ability of perspective shifting and of immersion into bubbles. So I still get lost in my own immersion stuff. Like, for instance, I might still get lost in anger or whatever the issue is. So, or just I get lost in these games. I forget the games. So I'm playing the game in order to learn not to forget that it is a game. For argument's sake, just one potential reason. So this mastery of immersion, it's very powerful, because we also want this immersion ability to stay as a positive, because if we lose the ability to immerse, you're not going to watch a movie or read a book and it won't be fun anymore, because that's exactly what makes it fun. Or any game, it is the ability to fully immerse into it. But we need to immerse without losing our connectivity to the surface.
Right.
Right? So we want to develop mastery of immersion. Yeah?
Yeah, I'm interested in hearing more about that.
Right. So we want to develop that ability to fully immerse in the experience. Okay, I'm underwater, I'm scuba diving. Man, this is fantastic. I'm in this new world. But I always remember where the surface is. It's a small part. It's like in my diagram here. I'm immersing in the center, but I always, one of these threads going out like that, one of them is a connection to the greater reality. You know, and right here, you see, I pull back the curtain and there's the actual reality behind my immersion. You see, so
Right.
that thread leads to me. I can always pull back the curtain. Okay, here I'm back in my actual real reality, right? So that's what immersion mastery for me is. It is the ability to immerse, and I always know where that thread is to where I can grab the curtain and pull it.
And that goes back to where this started, in that thread. You don't get lost in the immersion. And I wondered if through the traumas and things, that thread almost like gets really thin and not totally,
And
get
snap
totally cut, but it can get really thin through because of. Is that true? Like,
yeah. I don't know if it's true, but I like your analogy. Again, I don't know whether it's true or not, but it's a powerful analogy. That yes, we get the thread can get so thin that it becomes, you know, in danger of snapping, and you want to maintain that connectivity. So yeah, certainly, absolutely.
So is society, for, you know, quote unquote, our local selves that are here, and whatever our experiences are, wherever we're located in this quote unquote world, is everyone aware at some level that this is a game like we're talking?
If it is, I do feel that. I really do feel that, Donna, because, you know, take the. I really do feel that pretty much everyone at some level feels that there's a moreness out there and that this is somewhat of a temporary situation, right? And the reason I say that, it's because of concepts like hell, right? The concept of hell doesn't actually work. Why? Because of, if you really actually believed in the concept of hell, there was no way possibly that you would ever do something, ever, that would possibly lead to you being in hell and the risk of it. If you truly believed it to be a reality, right? And the fact that we live and act in ways that are irresponsible relative to this greater conceptuality means that, I think, it to me implies, I should say, not means, implies that we don't truly fully believe that this is a finite reality. We don't live as if it was a finite reality. In the same way that people who believe in hell don't actually live as if it's a real thing. It's just an idea and a belief. If they really believed it, they would live very differently. If we really believed this was a finite reality, we would live very differently.
Yeah, we would.
So this is why impeccability comes in, and a whole way of impeccability. We are saying, hey, we are going to hedge our bets. We are going to say, regardless of whether this is a finite reality or not, we are going to set up a way of living and a way of being which is going to be valuable and useful to us in the here and now, and for the rest of our lives. And should there be a more, it will be valuable for us then too. Right? So we're covering our bets. We're saying, regardless of whether it's true or not, we don't care. We're not being definitive. We are being open. We are going to develop a way of being and a way of living that's useful to us, regardless of what comes. That's very valuable to me, and that's really profound strategy to me, because I can't say for sure there is a more, is a greater reality. I'm just setting myself up that should there be, in case there is, okay, I'm prepared, I'm covered. Also, I wish to change my root programming. So should I be in a repetitive cycle loop of, let's say, for instance, reincarnation, that I have my paradigms, my root underpinnings, my core programming, my operating system is one that will enable me that if I do start off in an emotion, that my root programming is one which leads me to be awareness and to be aware that it is a program, and okay, I'm ahead of the game already. So I want to develop my game playing abilities, my overall game playing skills, which one of them is to have awareness. Yeah, and to be awareness that it is potentially a game. And that's the whole thing with that appropriateness as a root concept. It leads to that. When we think what is appropriate, we start thinking, and then we realize awareness is appropriate. And it automatically puts us on the path to this type of thinking. Right? And it all starts with that underlying root underpinning of what is appropriate, because we need to determine motivations and context, and then we get from there and we start to evolve and we develop our awareness, and it all flows. It all just automatically follows. Does that make sense a bit, Donna?
That makes total sense.
So when we think of things in this, it's like, hey, we've also put ourselves in this grand mystery that we want to solve. Because who knows, Donna, for all we know is that those gamer selves might just be ridiculously bored. They've been living for centuries and centuries, millennia, eternity. And they say, fuck, we already are, we're just like totally bored. All right. So what we are going to do to relieve the boredom is we are going to deliberately limit our awareness and create a mystery that we have to figure it out. And we might just be looping the same thing over and over and over again. We create a game that we cannot win because we don't want to win it, because then we get to where we are, which is boredom. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
As a potential. I know it's kind of a radical idea, but there's a logic to it in a sense. Yeah.
That's feasible.
Oh, it's very feasible. And okay, you might not be a gamer, but you might just be the universe. And the universe might just be bored. So it creates this local self to relieve the boredom and say, okay, here you go. Here's a challenge. Yeah, and again, I think it's the perspective shifting that
can you choose to just experience a reality with others that are experiencing the universal reality instead of the local self?
I would imagine so, but what if you've been doing that for millennia and you're just bored of that? And that's why you've chosen this, because yes, in that reality where, let's say, we in that overall total self where we know everything and we've experienced everything and we've been doing this for millennia, we're just all thoroughly bored. There's no more left to do. So we say, okay, we're going to immerse in these bubbles and create realities which are a challenge to our spirit, which are a mystery to resolve, which aren't simple and aren't easy. We do this on purpose, deliberately. So the trick is for me is to perspective shift, to see this as fun, to see it as a challenge, to see it as exciting, to see it as a mystery that we're solving. It's just that perspective shift which shifts it from being a struggle to being a challenge, and to being fun from being stressful. I don't know. That's like a huge ability, that perspective shifting. It's so profound. It just changes everything. All these things we are discussing, possibilities, theories, theoreticals, hypotheticals, but it makes you wonder, maybe the universe itself, which might be independent of us and is just using us as a local mechanism for being more aware of itself. Maybe the universe also realizes that its default way of approaching things is to default to stress and struggle rather than challenge and fun. So the universe is trying to get itself to learn to perspective shift and to start to see things as, hey, I don't need to be bored. I can see everything as a mystery. I can see everything as fun. Everything is exciting. And also I can, through perspective shifting and the deliberate immersion, I can repeat things over and over again, and I can have this infinity of pleasure and joy. I don't have to just be in that spot of overall awareness where I know everything and then it's boring. So the universe might have come to believe that misbelief of that perfection is boring. It's just its idea of perfection is flawed. Where I started on my personal journey. To challenge the conventional ideas and notions of perfection, that perfection is boring. Which is why we might be in this particular bubble immersion, is to really actually learn that on a very core root level. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
So I'm just saying, to me, I think I'm answering what I feel is an underlying thread. You're looking to make sense of things, right? And I'm presenting all these theories, these possibilities as mechanisms through which, yes, that could be true. Yes. And because it could be true, it starts to make sense of the greater things. Yeah. Is that helpful, Donna?
I know you want the answer to be yes.
No, I'm not saying it is so.
I know. I'm just
it's starting the path. I'm not saying, I'm not asking for agreement. I'm just looking to see, is it helpful? That's really the question.
I know.
Right.
I know.
So I'm asking.
It is everything you said. I have sensed for a while.
Right.
It's just like I want a definitive answer to who creates this reality I'm living right now in this local self.
And there's the problem.
Universe, or is it me? And if it's me, then.
And what's our theme of the day? What's our theme lately been? Definitiveness.
Right.
What did you just say? I want a definitive answer. Doesn't matter what you said after that. Right there. Boom. We can just cut it right and say, right there, Rachel, that's the problem. You want a definitive answer.
Exactly. I always do.
Wow. But that's the problem. So we have to unhook from this overview paradigm of wanting definitiveness. It's limiting.
Well, then do you just show up every day and see what the universe brings?
Yes, that's attunement. Exactly. That's the
Seriously,
magic of
you
attunement.
Just show up.
Yes.
Show up.
Yes. I'm open to the magic. Exactly. Yes. The moment I start attaching to the idea of definitiveness, I also, by implication, connect to limitation. Me personally, I don't want that. Maybe you do, Donna, I don't know. But then, if you are willing to be okay with limitation, then you have to say, well, okay, this is what it is, and I have to make peace with it, and this is the limitation, and that's it.
So
either or, you kind of want it both ways.
Flawed belief that I have control. This local self has control based on my thoughts and actions.
Right. And that to me is a very disastrous thing, because I know my local self to be very limited. Like I was saying earlier, we are just nincompoops relative to what we know possible. So the moment that I think that...
I shifted that a long time ago.
Right.
I don't... Yeah.
Right.
How about...
So if I think the local self is the one creating the universe, that's problematic.
Right. Okay. However, a belief, a misbelief that the universe, the higher self, is connected directly to God, source, Allah, whatever, that is all-knowing and perfect, and this perception of quote unquote heaven.
Another
Then you have
problem.
this local self, and the two are going to combine, and we're going to create heaven on earth.
That's possible. Why not?
I don't know. I like that one.
Yeah, I mean, as a grand challenge.
To me, that's like an evolution of humanity, and
Exactly.
that helps me make sense of why we're here.
Exactly, as a grand challenge. That's awesome. Rachel wants to share some. Go, please, just jump in, Rachel. No problem. Go ahead.
I don't like interrupting people.
Oh, not a worry. This is a discussion of all of us here. So, I lost connection to your comments because I got involved with Donna there. So
I was just writing that as you were talking because I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah. I love it, but I wasn't reading them in real time, so I have to go back and read them. But say, please share, Rachel. We love it, man. We love the sharing. Yeah.
Heaven on earth is going to be impossible because if there was heaven on earth, to me, an angel symbolizes order and lacks free will and knowledge and its own personal experiences. It does as it's told. It's a soldier. Soldiers do as they're told from a greater mind. And if crime never existed, then we would we would cease to function as a society. We need crime because crime allows us to have the ability to choose.
Yes, exactly. Or imperfection. Yeah. Instead of crime, we can just use the word imperfection. Right.
I was using the sociology
Yeah.
terminology.
Right.
But without negative paths to follow, then you're limited to only choosing the positive. But what if somebody's naturally a negative person and you're forcing a negative person to be positive, taking away their ability to actually choose their own destiny?
Right, exactly. And in the Way of Impeccability program, if you look at actually one of the sessions or a couple of them, it actually addresses this very issue. So the point here is what you just said is that crime, it's part of the greater perfection. There's a necessity for it. Right. So the trick is, Rachel and Donna, it's not to create heaven on earth, but to realize it's already perfect as it is.
What did they say? There's this term in the Bible. What they said was, when you turn over a rock, you will see God. God lies underneath a rock.
Right.
God lies.
Right. Exactly.
Basically everything on the earth.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say, is that in the imperfection, it is necessary we see the perfection. So that's the key. It's not about creating heaven on earth. It is to realize it is already ideal and perfect. As to what end? And to the point of it is for the development of our awareness and the ability to choose. However, I think that Donna is saying, at what point do we graduate from this perfect school?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I'm right there with you, everything you said. I'm just throwing out, I'm just sort of out these misbeliefs I carry.
Yeah, I love it. And it's very important to say, yes, that what Rachel said too, right? That crime is there to give us choice.
Oh, I get that.
Right,
yeah.
Right. We've discussed this many times, right? The imperfection and that's how everything is perfect as a school. And the point of the school is the development and enhancement of awareness, personal growth, etc. But Donna, also what I'm taking from your question thread and what we've been discussing on a longer term theme is to say, to what end? Okay, yes, I learn and I grow my awareness, but what happens when I graduate? Then what? What's the point then? Right?
Well, you slide into dance with the winds of change.
There you go.
We don't make the winds of change dance to us.
Right.
And does a mountain think it's more important than a person forming a lace?
Right, exactly. We only dance with the winds of change. We don't make the winds dance to us. Does the mountain think it more important than the storms that form it? A lace. I like that. Very cool. So, exactly. But at some point, we also realize that we are the mountain, we are the storm, we are the universe.
Exactly.
And what do we do with ourselves? So that's the point, I think. And that to me...
It's that next level. It's that next level.
Right. So I will tell you what it is for me personally. So hold on one second. I want to go all the way back to when I was a teacher. Down a list of my aspirations then and they are still my aspirations now. And this came from thinking this exact thought that you are thinking now, this point, this concern, this query, right? It was from thinking
It's
it
just like a
through to the
pressure right
end.
now. It's
Right.
like an obsessive pressure that I have, and it just needs to be, I don't know. That's like I was saying in my text messages, I just need to chill. It's a profound
Yeah.
pressure on me right now.
Right. So, okay, I'm going to screen share, right? So this was my list. I added one or two later, just terms, but it was underlying in there. So where's my share button? Here we go. All right. Let me make this full screen here. Okay, what I aspire to. And it's these first. Yes, it's me, my aspiration there. I love that picture. So the picture came later because I made the post obviously just a couple of years ago, but this list that I had here, 90% of this list I carried around with me as actually written down in my wallet.
Seen this.
All my list. Yeah, right. But it came from when I was a teenager thinking it through, right? So it's an old list. And I want to make this point that it's still in me. And those first 4 points, rapture, elation, bliss, exaltation, and you can add ecstasy to that. Now, I had ecstasy on the list. I took it off because of its confusion with the drug ecstasy.
Oh, yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
But it was always rapture, elation, bliss, exaltation, or exaltation with the U, either way. But to be exalted, in other words, exaltation, it's a supreme state, it's a superlative state of being, like ecstasy. That is when I came down to it and I said, what is it that if I look at an ultimate ideal circumstance and situation, an end point, I said, that is the end point for me, where I am feeling those feelings on a perpetual basis. Right. Because I can't go any higher than that. And I don't really care either. It doesn't matter if there's a more after that. It is so much of a moreness that I can feel it perpetually for eternity. Right? So that's, to me, it's my aspiration is to get to a state of being and a point of being where I'm feeling something that is so magical, so wonderful, so awesome that I can feel it forever, over and over and over and over. And that is what ecstasy is. That is what rapture and elation and bliss and exaltation is for me, right? And the rest there, awe, wonder, reverence, grace, harmony, joy, all of those are the same thing. They are states of being I can feel perpetually. I don't have to experience them only temporarily, that I can feel them perpetually and continuously, and I never get enough of them. So when I'm saying what's the end point, Donna, it is the end point. Thus, for me, the end point is to learn to feel deliberately, to have the independence of being and independence of feeling, where I can choose my feelings deliberately of my own volition and feel them regardless of any outside influence. Right? So yes, I might develop the ability to feel rapture, but if it's dependent on external circumstance, well, then I'm limited, and my freedom and my ability to feel that it's limited, right, and vulnerable.
Right.
So that's where independence of being comes into it. Because if we don't have independence of being, we become fragile and we become vulnerable and limited and dependent. And I don't wish to be dependent. So I want the independence of being and the independence to feel my own feelings deliberately, so I can choose to feel rapture, elation, bliss, exaltation, ecstasy, and all of these things perpetually and forever, and I'm completely in my own bubble of awareness, and I don't care for the rest, the whole universe, all this reality can cease to exist. I am this perpetual feeling of the superlative feel, and all of them all together, right? But because I'm doing it of my own volition, of my own self, so my ability to manifest reality, the local reality that I am in now, I am using it as a mechanism to learn how to get to that point of independence of being, where I am not dependent on anything, and I can shape my reality in the precision of exactly how it is perfect for me. And this is my perfection right here. Does that help, Donna?
It does.
So it's the localness now for me, I see as a means to learn to develop independence of being, independence of feeling, deliberate ability to feel deliberately according to me and myself alone. And that is dependent on the ability to believe deliberately, to develop that independence of freedom of choice, and also to be unhooked from definitiveness, to be openness, and also to not be influenced by external things, which is again perspective shifting. So all of these things that I keep continually talking about, they all come to this end point of leading to a state of being where we can choose of our own volition without any dependency, without any limitations, to feel and be the way we want to be of our own choosing, right? That we have actual real freedom. Yeah.
Yep.
So it all makes sense to me that because every single day I'm developing a greater ability to unhook from default beliefs. I develop a greater ability to deliberately choose. I develop a greater ability to perspective shift. I develop a greater ability to feel how I wish to feel, and not to just react, but to deliberately respond. And that's something that I work on every single day, because as much as I understand this and as much as I have the ability to perspective shift, like for instance, you come along and you're in a bad mood, I feel it and I resonate with that. I don't maintain my joy that I had. It gets affected in some way by your sorrow, your upsetness, your sadness, whatever. Do you see my point? So
Yep.
and also, like, and especially with people we care about, they upset, they're angry, I feel it, I connect to it, and now I get caught up in that bubble. So this ability to maintain my feelings independently of what somebody else is feeling, this is something I work on every single day, because otherwise I can never get to this state, right? And I'll never be truly free if how I feel it is affected inadvertently by others. I can choose to let it affect me, but it can't happen automatically and inadvertently. Yes?
Yep.
Okay. So just to get to the end here, you see that appropriateness universal. So I know I like my list. You know, I shared this list with Cornelius. Oh, did this fuck him up? There's no other way to say that. Sharing this list, when he saw this, it really just messed him up completely. It led to a little mini worldview collapse, because he said, who the fuck are you to make a list like this? By implication, why am I not making a list like this? And he realized that his aspirations were very limited, and it really bothered him. You know, the comparison, because he's in that comparative mindset, right? So it really profoundly, really screwed him up. Seeing this list, it was a big deal. I have that conversation saved somewhere, by the way. I'll write it into the Biella series at some point, but it was a very big deal.
I totally resonate with everything you said. And sometimes I get flying up in the sky so high, it just jumbles all around.
Yeah.
And that was helpful because it sorted it out for me. It was all there. It just needed sorted out. My challenge currently is going through the journey of, take your list and I have my list, and it's, different.
Wow.
We all have our list of the end game.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I have this sense of this transition at some point, rather than death. I don't really see death as death. There's a transition into something greater and more. For me, that's how I feel. And in everyday life, quote unquote, I get up in the morning, I brush my teeth, blah, 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 blah. I'm at the office, da, da, da. Going through those iterations every day is getting less and less real to me.
Nice. Nice. You see the value of your questioning.
Yeah.
So don't be stressed at the questioning. Yes, they might come from a point of stress, but there's a greater logic. Always there's a greater logic. The fact that you are repeatedly asking these questions, each time it's that snake and ladder. You don't go back to level zero. Never. It's like when you and Rachel just made a comment that I do play Guild Wars. I don't know what made her say that, something she must have seen in my when I was screen sharing.
See your folder that says GW2, and I know Guild Wars is
Right.
GW.
Yes, exactly. Right. So I'm now starting up GW2 to show you my necromancer, but I want to use this
Oh my god.
mechanism for an abstract thing. Right. So you create a character in Guild Wars 2, right? And then you make another character. Like for instance, my starting character was an elementalist. And then I made my second one, which was I think the ranger, and I think my third one was the necromancer. Right. But
I
each time,
didn't really do that. When
right.
I played this last time, I was a teenager, and I created a necromancer. That game so like uber powerful towards the end that I didn't like creating a new character. I just loved my necromancer. I was in
Right.
love with them.
The point I want to make is actually make the effort to create a new character. It's really worthwhile because even though, yes, technically you're starting off at zero, just the fact that you know stuff and you know how the game works, it makes the game to create a new character. You play it differently because you know stuff. So yes, you are technically starting off at a level 1 character, but not actually, right? I mean, so I'm relating this to your snakes and ladders analogy, where you said that you feel like you go back to default. No, you don't. To the starting level. You'd never go back to the starting level. Never.
Well, with that character, it was just like one thing I've realized with MMOs, which basically means massive multiplayer online.
Yeah.
That the first character that I create always ends up being my best character.
Interesting. Interesting.
I find myself trying to recreate that character because I'm in love with it so much.
Yeah.
I can never recreate it. It's just impossible.
Right. And that's just the mechanism of how we learn and we feel. It's like if you remember when you were a kid, right? And a new toy was always your entire universe. Right? And then you got tired of that toy and it no longer was special. But then you got another new toy. Its newness has power for us. So personally, I make the effort to learn how to deliberately stay a noob as long as possible. Not just a noob in games, but a noob in life.
Yeah, I'm always a noob.
Right, exactly. But here's the point, though. That realization that when you make a new character, you're now no longer a noob, but you can deliberately stay a noob. And a noob here, basically, it comes from newbie, new person, NEWB, but it's also spelled NOOB to mean basically like a boob, like somebody who's ignorant. But essentially, well, because when you're new, you are very ignorant. But so I don't mind being an ignoramus, and this is my necro, by the way. I'm just showing you my necromancer here. So while we talk, I like to run around in these worlds while we chat. I don't know, it's very soothing for me and very relaxing. And I actually want to do.
You have a pet.
Well, that's my necro. Yeah, it has minions. Oh, I don't know how long ago you played this, but the game has changed very considerably in the last couple of years.
I was 15 when I last played.
Yeah, well, I don't know how old you are now, but you may have played Guild Wars 1. Well, then you may have played Guild Wars 1, not Guild Wars 2.
I've played the first one and the second one.
Right. Well, it's changed a lot. I mean, it's very different now. So
I'm 27 now, and I last played it when I was like 15. So
yeah. So Guild Wars 2 is only about 8 years old. So yeah. So you played Guild Wars 1 then? Yeah. But anyway, I want to use this analogy in very profound ways. I love gaming. Gaming for me is a philosophical exercise, by the way. So when I'm playing the games, I'm coming at it from a very different perspective to the typical gamer. It's really profound, and it's very useful to me, as you saw earlier. And that's why I want to go into the game now, because Donna, from what we're talking about too, it's very powerful. So, all right, let me get out of this. This is a particular place that I don't want to be in right now.
There's some serious lag.
Yeah, there's going to be, because we're on Zoom and the game all at the same time. Yeah. So, yeah.
You've got heavily populated areas will have more rendering involved, which slows down the game.
Right, exactly. And see, there's so much in the technology of how gaming. I think we spoke about this concept of rendering, didn't we, Donna?
We did.
Right. It's very profound. Back in the day, Rachel, games weren't rendered on the fly. In other words, when you went into a game world, the entire game world existed. All the zones. Say again?
That was in bit games, wasn't it?
Right,
Like 2D
right,
platformers and
right. But
stuff.
I mean, like in World of Warcraft or even Guild Wars 2 in the original one, just the way the program was written, that when you loaded the game, it loaded the entire world. Now, though, wherever I move in the world, it only creates the bubble around me on demand. It doesn't independently exist. It's rendered on the fly. They do that to save the processing resources. But it's a very profound conception when it comes to
It's actually a cone.
understanding. When it comes to understanding how we manifest our reality right now, we render it on demand. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. Or potentially we render it on demand.
I was
So,
actually looking this up because it's something I wanted to get into is concept art for games. Basically, you have a cone, so it'll always render what's on the screen in a cone.
correct.
So whatever
Correct.
you see on the horizon will be all fully rendered, and when you turn the camera around, it slows down because it's turning that cone
Yeah.
to
Right.
rendering what's behind
Right.
you. Everything that's behind the camera or outside of you is partially rendered, but not fully rendered.
Exactly. And when I look at it, it exists. Right. So,
Yeah.
so this year, what I look at, it's existing now. And
That already
it doesn't
existed.
exist. Right. So
That already existed.
and we used to look at it. Now suddenly it takes on
Behind him.
Right. later. So a locally rendered
Yeah.
you guys are people from the they can anyway,
They changed terminology now because in
Right.
like other games they're called pets.
Oh, I know. So you're practicing becoming better at it. That's the point. So go ahead and practice.
Yeah.
He says, "Yeah, well, I don't want to practice right now." But if you'll know it.
Like I'm quite an aggressive person, so I could be the aggressiveness of God, it personified. Basically.
Right, and it's to learn. The point of us being in this specific incarnation is to learn. Yeah.
Learn. So if I learn to control my anger, then through me, God's learned to control His wrath.
There you go. There you go. Okay.
Then they say the Norns. The Norns are supernatural beings that are called the Weavers of Fate. They are depicted as three Jotun. Jotun is the Scandinavian word for frost giant.
Right. So you're also connecting to some of the mythology in game. In these games, there's usually profound. They call it the oh gosh, I just lost the lore. LORE.
Yeah.
Law of the game, and the law in this particular game. In most of these games, they're based on actual real law, which is the myths of the world. They just kind of put it all together and they create their own law, and it's very exciting. All right, but I want to pause you right there because I want to go and do something that I want to connect to you, and I really, Rachel, I'm very keen for you to realize that what you said about the awkwardness of reading is I'm not quite sure it's going to be perceived, and why I said you're going to be surprised. Because precisely what you were reading from a greater overview, abstract point of view, it connects to where Donna and I left off before and a project that we are looking to complete. And we said has absolute pressure for us to do. And it was to read the story, right, Donna?
Yep.
Okay. So what Rachel just said, it's chapter 10. Is it not? Right. It's the same thing. Right. Okay.
And what we've talked about weeks ago.
Right, exactly. So you're just expressing something that's on our minds, that's very powerful and very pertinent, that we want to re-go over because it is such a powerful life perspective for us. And okay, what you just said is like the basics of it, and we're going to go into this chapter, takes that exact what you just said, Rachel, and goes into it and extrapolates it and applies it and goes into a very sophisticated application of what you just said.
Okay.
Right. So I wasn't sure when you said I'm not quite sure how it would be perceived, if you thought maybe we won't get it.
Rachel, I think you said received, didn't you, with the R?
Right.
Yeah,
not perceived, it's different.
Those I said receive. Words. Right. Yeah. Receive. Okay. Right. Sorry, I did mean to say
no,
receive.
You had it right. I did say receive.
Right. Right. And me too. I meant to say receive, but also perceive, both together. Right.
Yeah.
In other words, that I thought you might receive it and thus perceive it as being maybe like I don't know, somewhere out there. Right. Like a kind of
more on the lines of that if you think about when some people think about what I said, they think of it as something that's extremely complex and
okay. Well, okay.
Not in our world.
Right.
Nope.
But from our side of view, right, I want to just flip this, Rachel, that actually what you were expressing from this where we were on, it's actually the opposite, not complex, but simple.
Yep.
So what we are going to share now is the actual complex version of what you shared. So kind of flip it around.
It's
so what
just a little more depth of what was shared.
Right.
Brings
So
it to
all I want to say to Rachel here is that, Rachel, don't worry if stuff is too complex or if it is or isn't. Sometimes you're going to be surprised to discover that it's actually the opposite, like in this case. And if it is too complex, so what? Then you're just sharing an awareness and people will like the complexity and they usually come along in the same case as here now. So don't worry whether it's too complex or...
Oh, for sure. I really enjoy, Rachel, your perspectives.
Oh, yeah. So share away, man. Share away, Rachel. Just go crazy. Okay.
So, can we carry on?
Yeah. I'm going to read this chapter, and it's a very powerful chapter because I called Donna Biella. Donna was reading it, and it was very profoundly impactful. So we're going back to it to connect to that profound impactfulness and to discuss the fullness of it, because this is a very layered chapter. It has lots and lots and lots to it, and it's layer upon layer upon layer. Right, Donna?
Yep, and I'm so interested in I'm going to get comfortable and totally hear you and
perfect.
Flow with the different layers. So
yes, and look at this, and look at this lovely pagan picture here, just nicely for Rachel.
I know, I saw that, and I was like, oh my god, that kind of looks like the Holly King mixed with the Earth Goddess. Other name is what is it?
Right.
Terra, which is where we get the term terra incognita.
What does the term pagan mean? Help me understand that.
Paganism is an umbrella term used for alternative worships, basically the worship of the god and the goddess. Paganism is basically the worship of earth and nature itself without the means of a magical system put in place, which is magical rites and magical ritual. Right. Pagans worship just the ground, the earth. They have gods and goddesses, like Mother Earth, the sky god, the sun god.
Okay, sure. I'm familiar with that.
Right. And also, Donna, it's also come to mean, and it's very much means those who don't believe in the Christian God, or by definition, the Jewish God or the Hindu God. Not the Hindu, the Muslim God.
That's an accurate term that was twisted by Christians.
Correct.
The actual term of paganism is literally just someone who worships the earth.
Right.
Gotcha.
Right. So Rachel was giving the original, the true definition, and then I was sharing the perverted definition that's come to be used by distortion for purposes of politics and whatever.
Demonization.
Right, and that's the one I was familiar with. That's why. But I'm totally familiar with the other. I just didn't associate that word with the other. So thank you.
Right. Okay.
When you actually start to think about paganism and you abandon what Christians say about it being Satan worship, you'll actually realize that pagans don't actually believe in the devil.
No,
they don't believe in the concepts of good
and also you realize that, you know, when you really look at it more closely, you'll see how Christianity, particularly Roman Catholicism, is actually based on, you know, the Roman gods' religion, and theirs was based on the Greeks. And, you know, in other words, paganism is a very root of it. It's foundational for Christianity in many aspects.
Think about it. In paganism, a chalice is seen as the gateway of life. It's a symbolic to the woman's womb. And a woman, her womb is seen as the gateway of life, and a man's penis is seen as the key of life. Without a key, the gate is useless. Without a gate, the key is also useless.
Right.
So when you have a chalice being used in a witch ritual and witchcraft, Wicca, heathenism and paganism, they're all separate things. They're not the same thing. They come under the same umbrella term, but they're not actually the same thing. They're different.
Specific variations. Right.
Yeah. And an athame, which is a knife, a ritual knife, is seen as a penis, and a chalice is seen as a womb. And the high priestess will hold the penis or the athame and dip it into the womb or a chalice that is filled with liquid that a man is holding. Because if a man holds the penis, then in the divine terms, that's seen as a rape.
Interesting. But I don't want to get into the specifics right now.
Oh, okay.
Rachel,
Sorry, I can get lost in that.
It's cool. It's really viable. I mean, not viable. I mean, vital, the details. But just
irrelevant.
I have a time constraint. I've got an hour and a half left, and then I've got something I've got to do here in person. So.
Okay.
And I just won't take that long to read, but I am keen to read this chapter because it's a pressure, and it was a pressure for Donna yesterday, and it had powerful pertinence and relevance. And in the connectivity of our discussion today, it's going to basically connect everything. So it's very powerful. So I don't want to lose that connectivity, yeah?
Okay.
All right. So Donna, you there?
I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Because I don't see you guys right now for some reason, and I'm not seeing my Zoom. I don't know what happened.
If Donna's interested in paganism, I can go in more detail about it in a personal message if she's interested.
Right. It will come through in the story here. So, okay. So the quote here is this.
Oh, there you are.
All right. Yeah, it's just not responding for me. So I see where it should be, your pictures, but it's just on pause right now. Actually, you know what?
I'm actually laying down with my eyes closed because that helps me totally relax and get into your words.
I love it. It's not responding because I'm in the game. And so it takes a lot of resources. So I'm just going to exit the game real quick. So then this will come back. Okay.
And I'm eating Battenbergs.
Brilliant. Oh, enjoy. All right. So the quote is, there's always goodness somewhere in everything. To believe otherwise is to deny everything. The young man from Quotes of the Young Man. All right. So I might want to just mute you every now and then, Rachel. For some reason, your mic picks up weird sounds. I don't know where they come from, but I guess you may be moving or doing something else.
No. It's called white noise. It's basically interference and stuff.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it's a little more than white noise. That's what I mean. They're like very specific sounds. So, okay.
Is it that?
Yeah, a little bit, but more.
That's my.
It's your what?
That's my Battenberg rapper.
Well, it wasn't just a rapper. I think it's when you move your mouse or do stuff that it makes a sound. I'm not sure. As you said before, all right, it don't matter. So I'll just, my controls aren't responding, but I just I'll maybe have to mute you every now and then, or just mute yourself. So, okay, I see you don't hear those sounds, we hear them. But anyway, okay, here we go. It was time. The crowd fell into a hushed, expectant silence as Biella seated herself in the ornate chair. It was fully dark now. The light from the accessories added to Biella illuminated her beautifully. The light from the accessories added to Biella illuminated her beautifully. She was radiant. The subtle lights of the statue in the Garden of Origin added to an effect of profound appreciation, a glorious delight in the wonder of the world. Biella swept her arm across the night sky. As she did so, a trail of tiny stars and lights trailed from it. It was a spectacular effect. She began. In the old heaven, the one before, in the time of the pure angels, all was perfect in heaven. Biella's voice was pure and clear. It felt close, intimate. But one day, the impossible happened. A once-in-an-eternity set of circumstances occurred, a long, long string of them. So coincidentally did these unfold, it created an indisputable certainty. Biella paused slightly. It created the overwhelming certainty that an angel had actually done something untoward. Biella again waved her arm, slowly this time. The vision above her changed. The energies moved, roiling and churning slightly. And for a while, heaven was in consternation, for the impossible had occurred. An angel had actually done something that wasn't supposed to be possible. The angels came to believe this. They made great efforts to examine all the evidence. They had been rigorous and scrupulous in their investigations. In the end, they could only come to the undeniable and inevitable conclusion: this angel had in fact transgressed. The vision went almost completely dark, showing an abject-looking male angel. The angel had done something, behaved, as no angel should ever be capable of. The soft music echoed the disquiet of heaven. For a long time there was trouble and disquiet in heaven. The angels didn't want to believe this, could not believe it, but they had no choice. Then one day, Biella stretched her arms above her face as if she were about to dive into heaven. She spread her arms wide and the vision illumined. Then one day the universe had taken pity on them, it seemed. And another set of extraordinary circumstances occurred. These completely exposed the ridiculously implausible set of circumstances which had caused the unfortunate angel to be wrongly and falsely accused of transgression. The vision brightened. Biella swept her arms across the garden. The angel statues glowed. They moved, they transformed. The angels within flew from their positions of stasis in a glorious fright across the amphitheater into the vision above Biella. The vision expanded to fill the night sky, the angels joyously celebrating this new turn of events. It was a tremendous relief to the angels. They had always known it couldn't be so, even though they had truly believed it at the time. The evidence had not only been overwhelming, but thoroughly conclusive. Cornelius whispered, "Yay, vindicated angel, how?" Nora preempted him, not wanting to disrupt the story. "Holographics, directional sound, accessories," she whispered back. Biella continued, as the vision of the heaven and the angels subdued. Heaven went back to being perfect. All the angels were perfectly happy and content again. The music changed. All except one. The angel Illumina. Joke up on us, sorry. The angel of truth. The vision cleared of all the angels except one, a petite angel with intense eyes, a resolute determination to her resolve. The angel Illumina's commitment to perfection was fierce indeed, awesome to behold. Equally potent was her commitment to integrity. Illumina was profoundly troubled. She had also known for a fact the angel had transgressed, but at the time the evidence truly had been indisputable that the unfortunate angel had transgressed. Even though Illumina also had known it was impossible, she too had for a time changed her way of being to believe this impossibility. What especially bothered her was the perfection ideal. She had come to realize in heaven it was fairly easy to be perfect because the circumstances were always perfect, with that one glaring exception. The vision showed a dark stain on heaven, far in the distance. The angel Illumina was particularly troubled by the fact that in less than perfect circumstances, perfection had been compromised. The vision transformed. A world came into view. So she undertook an impossible task. The angel Illumina came down to earth to learn how to be perfect in the most imperfect of circumstances. She came to earth to live amongst mortals as one of them. The angel above Biella lost her wings as she descended. The world faded from view and the angel was alone. This came to be an unexpectedly difficult and complicated challenge. The task developed an unanticipated complexity. Her commitment to impeccability and perfection was fierce. She maintained that ideal no matter what. She never wavered, ever. Not for a second did she let go of the knowledge that she was in fact perfect. Even though the peculiarities of circumstance may have forced it to seem otherwise at the time. She didn't waver. Complications and complexity arose from her not being able to compromise. An angel can only do what is good for a mortal, regardless of how not nice it may seem. The vision showed the angel interacting with mortals. That was their purpose after all, to aid mortals to be good. The angel Illumina never wavered from that, no matter how egregious her behavior seemed at the time. She never let go of her conviction of its rightness and goodness. even if it did not seem to be a conscious perception in the moment. The angel above Biella was seen in various confrontational situations with mortals. The angel Illumina appeared to be incapable of admitting culpability. Acknowledgement of error by the angel Illumina when in mortal form simply was not an option. But she was her own fiercest critic. Biella continued, her tone changing to reflect the earnestness of the angel. As an angel committed entirely to goodness and impeccability, everything she did was always for the good. That part was undeniable, and it truly always was. Although it was not always apparent to others, the angel Illumina always acted only for the collective good of those around her. Ripples of energy emanated from the angel. Instead of diminishing with distance, they sometimes expanded, sometimes diminished, as they interacted with the individual mortals. Biella went on. However, the angel Illumina realized good didn't always translate as ideal. Now a young man had come to know the angel Illumina. Above Biella, the angel was joined by a very earnest-looking young man. He had an eager interest to him. His name was Sebastiel. He loved to figure everything out. He had taken upon himself the task of figuring out the angel Illumina. Biella paused, then continued in the young man's voice. And this is what I so love about the angel Illumina. She is especially put out if her good behavior inadvertently is expressed in a not optimally nice way. Biella said in a somewhat convoluted style of Sebastiel. Biella continued as Sebastiel. I came to discover nice and pleasant is a matter of style and choice for angels. Nice or pleasant is not a requirement, just good. But the angel Illumina's commitment to impeccability and perfection is such that she is fiercely determined to be good and nice, always, at all times. A most difficult challenge. One of the big differences between angels and mortals is imagination. In a perfect environment, imagination is of course not needed. While angels are capable of imagination and have it, they generally don't exercise it much as there's no need. They are thus out of practice. The image of Sebastiel showed him in a lecture pose, seemingly speaking to no one but himself. Still, as Sebastiel Biella said, the angel Illumina is exceptional in her dedication to creativity, her desire to bring her imagination to full bloom, specifically so that she can creatively problem solve. She deeply wishes to apply goodness with maximum joy and positivity, a singular challenge for an angel, as they are necessarily ruthless by nature. The image of the angel Illumina changed with each emotion as Sebastiel spoke. They have to be ruthless, otherwise they would not be able to do what is good for us, particularly when we aren't learning things the nice and fun way. In the angel Illumina, there is at the same time this profound and extraordinary innocence and goodness. She is an angel after all. Also, an extreme sophistication and sobriety, a very tough way to be when coupled with the commitment to impeccability, goodness, and joy. Sebastiel's eyes teared up. The angel Illumina is so precious and beautiful, exquisite in her innocent fragility. Sweetness, pure sweetness. It is why she is known in heaven as sweetness. The young man smiled, the deepest, purest smile of love and happiness, growing older as he did so. And from this I have learned trust, to trust and treat all as angels. Biella's voice as Sebastiel took on a special emphasis for the word trust. It's all we can really do, or it's all we can do really, to trust in our own goodness, to completely trust that we are fine and well when we are our own impeccable selves, however limited that may seem to us. It's all we can really do to trust in our own goodness, to completely trust that we are fine and well when we are our own impeccable selves, however limited that may seem to us. When we fully make peace with ourselves, we can just be, and then good can come. Then we can relax and have fun. But first, we have to trust in our own intent to goodness. Biella added dramatically in Sebastiel's voice. When we trust, when we deliberately trust, when we trust, aware that we are choosing to trust, when we do that, we are being courageous. For courage is nothing but deliberate trust. That tiny little feeling we have of things not being quite right, or of disquiet, or ill at easiness, or discomfort of some kind. That is the feeling that comes from being courageous. There has to be discomfort with courage. Because when we are being courageous, it is because there is some risk. Risk is threat. Risk could make us a bit uncomfortable. Risk should make us a bit uncomfortable. If not, we are fools. That discomfort is what keeps us alert, ready, alive. It is a necessary component of courage and of trust. We can take solace from that to know those odd feelings are the feelings that come from being courageous. The image of Sebastiel and the angel Illumina above Biella reflected these subtle nuances. It helps us especially when we find ourselves in situations which require us to trust our own goodness and sense of impeccability. We then have to make decisions and take actions that need us to be courageous. That feeling that comes to our aid. That feeling then comes to our aid. We know what we are in for and what it will be like. Then it's not so bad, really. Then we can trust in the goodness of everyone. Sebastiel's image smiled a deep, wistful smile, full of love. I learned this courage and trust from the angel Illumina, the most trusting and courageous being I have ever known. Biella stood up. The visions of the angels disappeared, and lights in the amphitheater slowly came on. The end, Biella said, bowing a deep bow. Soft and earnest conversations broke out everywhere. "Ow!" exclaimed Cornelius to no one in particular. He had been moved more than he expected, adding, "That's wonderful," as Aki and Nora unexpectedly hugged him. Biella sat down. In a surprise to the audience, the lights went out and the image of Sebastiel reappeared. This time, the image itself spoke. "If you were to hear her, especially when she laughs, you'll know it's all true." Sebastiel himself laughed. His laughter filled with love and joy. He straightened, his posture noble. And when you get to know her more, Sebastiel seemed to be speaking to everyone individually. It all fits so perfectly. Everything always works out for the good in the end. It forces that, actually. Her actions and behaviors, no matter what, it forces those around her to become better beings. Sebastiel abruptly disappeared. The lights came back on. Biella rose to stand again and said, addressing the entire crowd, the delegates in particular, "The point and purpose of the telling is the same as the postscript from Sebastiel. Seeing someone as an angel in mortal form is a way to look at anyone. It is how the new nobility choose to look at any individual as a potential angel, or a mythological being, or even as someone from a world unknown to them. They do this knowingly, using mythology and story in this sophisticated way. The new nobility choose to see others as agents of good. They choose to find good in all individuals they come into contact with. If they are seemingly inconsiderate, it is to teach us how to not make snap judgments, to force us to reconsider. If they are demanding, it is to help us to be patient. If they are annoyed or bothered, it is to aid our compassion, our tolerance. No matter what they do, it is always to teach us something. Not to teach in the usual manner, for they brook no failure. Their mission is total success. So they force us to learn these things. We learn or we are miserable. But even being miserable doesn't really matter. We will learn either way. Biella paused to let that sink in and then added, "This is, of course, a most sophisticated choice of view by the new nobility. They know full well that none of it is likely true, but that does not matter in the least. They choose to believe in finding good because it is the noble thing to do. It is one of the reasons the early new nobles came to be known as the new nobility. For the story is one that came to be handed down from the very first new noble, she who is known as the mother of the new nobility." A number of the new nobles had stood up. "What's happening? one of the delegates asked. They are presenting themselves for participation in the takeaway, is my guess, Ursula said. She looked at her mum and Marco for confirmation. Yes, said Marco. This is a large group, so they will wait for the lead. Biella, in this case, to select those to share their takeaway. I'm going to actually pause our story right there on this point of takeaway, because it's going to automatically flow into the next part, which is somebody giving a takeaway. But I'm kind of keen here for you guys to give takeaways.
That reminds me of the story of Jack Frost and the Holly King.
Ah, wow. Interesting. On the point of the story itself, Rachel, I'm keen to hear the story of Jack Frost and the Holly King, but I'm keen to hear your takeaway on this point of this deliberate choice to perceive others as angels or mythological beings, to see them in the most noble way possible, in other words. And I want to just add one personal point here, that for me, that's how I see you guys. I see you guys as like these angels that have come here to assist me and benefit me. I see your goodness. I see that in how, whatever you do, I see the power of how it affects me. And I see that inner intent to goodness and nobility of spirit in you, Rachel, and in you, Donna.
Can I be Valkyrie Skal?
You can be whatever you like. My point is that I see you as an angel in whatever form you see. Your point and purpose is that of an angel, which is here to be good and to be noble and to present goodness and rightness and learning and all of that in the best possible way. And yes, you want to combine good and nice, but nonetheless, your mission is this profound goodness, and you do it in this most unbelievable way. It's just how I see you guys, and I really do. That's how I see things, So,
well, I don't really recognize angels as a divine authority, but
me neither. Me neither. Right.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get what you mean.
Yeah.
I get what you mean. I'll just
right.
I got from that story though, that is very paganistic. Very paganistic.
Yes.
There were like 112 different stories of pagan mythologies, of deities learning from humans. Flooded my head throughout the whole
Brilliant. Yes.
So many references that I can go to.
Right. I love it. Now, the story isn't actually taken from anything. It's purely just coming out of my own self, my own experience. Because literally, Donna asked me, how did I come to write this and experience this? And that's why I want to ask for your takeaway. So I'm going to kind of elaborate and maybe jump in a bit here, because it connects to the explanation that I want to give Donna. And that in this, that this wasn't a story that I just wrote. Yes, literally to write it didn't take me that long, but it's a decades-long story. It was come from
a story told throughout time and memorial.
Right. Well, I want to say for me, it came about from a decades-long persistence of trying to figure out something. Okay, so I perceived something, and I perceived it as an anomaly. Right, and not just as an anomaly, but it didn't reconcile. So this particular anomaly was the perception of a person. I know them to be good and awesome and pure and have an intent to goodness, but yet they behave in cockeyed and peculiar ways. I didn't want to let go of my perception, my knowing, my intuitive deep, not just intuitive and deep, but my conscious, deliberate, clear knowing that this person is totally, truly, fundamentally good. That was just a fact. That was a fact that wasn't changing. So in other words, what most people do when they see discrepancies and discordancies, they end up changing the fact. They don't shift the entire universe to make things work out right. For me, I couldn't let go of this one fact. I had to change the entire universe to make that fact to be true. The only way I could reconcile my knowing with the behavior was to come to regard this person in this mythological way. Now, you could say an angel, you could say a Valkyrie, you could say a spirit, you could use whatever mythological term you like, right? In all religion, you could call them a god. Like in Hinduism, the gods they're very local. They're like earth spirits. In Shinto, they're your ancestors. I don't care who it is. It's the same underlying concept. They are here for the purpose of making you better. That's their mission, right? Spirit, God, whatever, Valkyrie, myth, angel, doesn't matter, right? So these aren't religious angels. Remember, they're from the old heaven, the time before, right? So they are just beings that are here for the purpose of improving you, for your benefit. You can call them manifestations, doesn't matter. But the point is, I came to the story because there was no way for me to reconcile the facts of my experience in any other way. And it is the same way when I perceive you, Rachel, and I perceive you, Donna. The only way you make sense is as earth angels. In other words, yes, you have this intent to be good, and a profound intent to be good. It manifests in different ways. Your behavior might not to the ordinary person be seen as angel behavior, but to me, it always is. Because it has a positive consequence, at least for me and on everyone around you. Because I also see the behavior is separate from that underlying intent to goodness. Okay? So there's a whole bunch of things that go in. It's why this is such a layered story. First of all, I'm reconciling. Sorry, Rachel, will you mute real quick there?
Sorry.
That's okay. That sound is just coming a little louder there, and it's making me speak too loudly. So when I look at this profoundness of you and Donna, and well, in this case, Olivia also, which is the starting point of it, obviously. But when I see that and I make that balance and I see the reconciliation, I see that it doesn't matter how you behave, it's always good. That's one layered point. The other point is that you are here for a purpose. And I guess Donna asked me, am I an angel? And I kind of struggled with that. And Donna, that's just my false humility and honesty. But of course, I have to say, well, if you guys all are willing, so am I. What is my point and purpose for being here? It's the same as the angel Illumineers. I am looking to be perfect in imperfect circumstances. It's easy to be perfect in perfect circumstances. Okay, we're in heaven. You don't need to learn to control your anger or your aggression. Why? Because nobody is ever going to act in a way which brings that out in you, right? So you never learn to how to deal with anger, because in heaven it's just never necessary. Nobody is ever going to be offensive or aggressive towards you or threaten you or any of that shit. It doesn't exist there. So the necessity for learning to deal with anger doesn't exist in heaven. That's why we came down to earth, for instance, to learn that. And patience, the same thing. Nobody's going to create a situation where they're going to, where it's all perfect in heaven. So impatience never happens. So we need to learn this. So likewise, there are so many things when we understand that in heaven, because it's easy to be perfect in a perfect circumstance, we haven't learned so many things. And I think this answers your question to some extent, or is a potential answer, I should say, Donna, of saying, why has our universal or higher self or greater self, our universe self, why are we manifesting ourselves in this particular reality? And to me, this is one profound reason, so that we can learn to be perfect in imperfect circumstances. I know it's a huge point for me. So that's one major point. The other one is the perspective shifting power, that when we see others as angels here for our benefit and also come to learn to be perfect, we now look at the world in this massively, profoundly different way. And we treat others as if, or not as if, but knowing that their root intent is absolutely pure and perfect. And their root intent is good, and that becomes one of the most undeniable facts. Okay, and why is this transformative? This is a massive point. I think it comes a little later in the story, but this is the entire foundation of what makes the new nobility work. Is that no matter what somebody does, they never doubt each other's root intent. So, in other words, like with you and Rachel, Rachel, you and Donna, right? The two of you. When you, let's say for argument's sake, you did something that's cockeyed, right? Whatever reason. Okay, you say, hey, fuck off, soul, you've been a jackass. Oh, okay. I say, yes, but your root intent is good. So now I don't take offense at that. Why? How can I possibly take offense of that? My first point is to say, look, I know your intent is profoundly, profoundly good. I know you cannot possibly do anything other than based on this intent to goodness. So my perception of you telling me to get lost and fuck off, it is my perception is at fault. I know this is a root intent, so I don't understand. So now the onus is on me to come at the point to say, hey, in what way is this actually good for me? How does this come from goodness? In other words, my insistence that you are an angel and therefore can only have root good intent, it shifts my frame of perception for relating and communicating to you. Therefore, when something comes at me that I don't understand, I now come at it to understand it in the context of goodness, which means I give you profound benefit of the doubt. And this leads to me not responding inappropriately. So it doesn't lead to friction and stress. My first instinct is to say, I don't understand. Can you explain more? I know you're coming from a point of goodness, but it seems like it's coming from somewhere else. So I don't understand. I need more understanding. And this changes our interaction in a very profound way. And this entire society of the new nobility, obviously this is chapter 10. Rachel, you've gathered that there's more to the story. The entire society of the new nobility exists and functions because they always insist the intent of the other is a perfect, noble, good intent. It cannot be any other because they see each other as, potentially these angels or whatever mythological being, but as the root intent. This is the key. It's not the angel part, but this key that you believe that intent to be pure. So it's a huge point.
That, actually.
It's a huge point. Say again.
I can digest that very easily because that's basically what I'm going to go back to paganism. What paganism sees as good and evil. What's good and what's evil. What you see as good, I could see as evil.
Right. But it's all actually there's lowercase good and lowercase good and evil. But there
are evils that we all can agree are evils, but there are certain people out there that would see those great evils as a justified reason as to why they've done it.
Exactly. So in the greater good, all of that is necessary. Why? Because it gets us to choice, and sometimes being angry is appropriate or whatever. So it's about appropriateness. So in the greater good, it all makes sense. Why?
That's why I go back to the term Valkyrie rather than angel, because angel is more like order and inner peace and all that. When a Valkyrie is more of a soldier, more of a warrior. It's a shield maiden who has angel wings and has long blonde hair and blue eyes.
Right. Well, in the new nobility conception of an angel, the angel, right? In this new nobility conception of an angel, it's blended with the Valkyrie. It's all of it. It's an angel to them is a spirit warrior.
Yeah.
Right? And that's in the way of impeccability. We use the term spirit warrior as a self-conception rather than angel or any other term for this exact reason. Because look, like we said there, right. You heard the part where we said the angel is always ruthlessness. It's an underlying quality of an angel.
Yeah, and I can see a lot in what a Valkyrie stands for and symbolizes in that story, because she still held on to her belief, fierce belief that she's trying to do good and stuff, but everyone else perceives it as wrong, and that's a fight.
Right, exactly.
Not a physical fight, but it's still a fight. And
exactly.
It's the pain of life.
Right. So, in other words, in the new nobility's conception of angel and the conception of angel in the story, it's actually closer to your conception of a Valkyrie than it is to the typical, usual, out there conception of an angel. It just I use the term angel because, that's in real life. I actually use that term. I'm not
trying to be picky. I'm just
no. It's fantastic what you're saying. You are delineating the conception, and your conception of a Valkyrie is actually closer to what is meant here. Because in this concept, this angel, they're a warrior and a spirit warrior, and they're fierce and they're determined and they have that ruthlessness, which is what the Valkyrie more is, right? So. Very powerful.
Well, if I showed you a picture of an angel and a picture of a Valkyrie, the only real difference between the two is one's predominantly male, the other one is exclusively female and with blonde hair.
Right. Well, I don't know what pictures I used to represent angels here. I had trouble finding. You see, here's another picture, which is, this is more, this is more in the kind of fairy conception of it.
Yeah, but you see, that's not actually a fairy, because that's
No,
from
I
the
realize that.
mythology
I
of a
agree.
fairy.
Right. But I was specifically looking for
Pixie.
pictures that would represent the new nobility conception of an angel that doesn't make it so, specific to anything, because it's a broad term that encompasses a hugeness. Okay, here's a more different
An angel
version.
comes with many wings.
Right. But again, to them it's an abstract conception. So it's totally irrelevant what they actually look like or what they are. It's an abstract conception of a being whose core intent is one of profound goodness. And that's all they can do is be good. Doesn't matter what form that good takes, because they're also ruthless and they intent on one thing and one thing only, and that's goodness. The rest is secondary. And that's the point. So it doesn't matter what they look like. And this is just also, this represents Biella, because the previous chapter, they set Biella up, they put all sorts of accessories. So they dress her up to look the part. So they transform her. So it also is representing Biella telling the story, So there's a little more to it.
That's why I was going back to the concepts of good and evil, because a demon sees what it's doing as just and righteous. And you see the bands of good and evil there's no cosmic war. They just have two different ways of doing things. They're part of the same system. They are the same entities. They have the same level of powers. Like a demon has the same level of power as an angel, and a dark goddess has the same level of power as a good goddess, like the Morgan, for example. She is, well, Morgan's 3 different goddesses, but I'm just going to say she. She is seen as a dark goddess that likes to destroy humans, and a life of worship of the Morrigan is a lifetime of being tested by her, because she devours the weak and she only accepts the strong. Now, if you think about that logically, if you're always strong and you never allow weakness, then what would you perceive as weakness and what would you perceive as strength?
Exactly. It's a lack of perception and openness, in other words.
Exactly. So therefore, what she sees as strength, the gods on a higher plane would see as weakness, because she's all about like physical confrontation and fighting and stuff, and being like that stereotypical badass. Wherever the gods on high are more like gurus.
Right. So that to me is a lesson in the not just perspective shifting, but also abstract thinking, that we need to learn to kind of zoom out and abstract. And abstract is always taking the particulars and you kind of lump them together and you see what's similar. And then you have a whole bunch of abstract perspectives and you take all of those and you lump them together and you see what's similar and you get an even more abstract perspective. And so you keep going. And that's just the process. So it's very profound.
Well, you see what I'm trying to say though, right?
I do in a way, but I wanted to say it again in a concise conception, not using the specific details of the paganism, but to say it in an abstract way of like the Rachelness that comes out of that.
Okay, all right. Basically, good and evil. That connects to me as in the terms of good and evil as a perspective of, let's say, if I do something wrong, like you said before, if me and Donna had an argument, then the details of that argument, I could see myself as justful, as what I'm doing is just, and what I see as my truth could actually be a lie.
Right.
And in arguments, it takes two to argue, so therefore I must be in the wrong somewhere.
Right. And if Donna said, hey, but wait a second, Rachel's an angel. So they didn't mean this in a nasty way. They didn't want trying to be horrible or whatever. They can't. They're an angel. Their only intent can only be towards goodness. Now, this changes the way Donna would have heard you, and then it would change the way she responds to you. So she would just be like, oh, okay, no problem. And she would just go with that assumption that there was intent, and it's just a communication error, and it's just something that needs to be figured out, and then life is easy. You see? It just shifts your underlying paradigm of interconnectivity. When you assume somebody's intent is pure, then you cannot take things the wrong way. That's really huge. I want to say that again. When you insist or assume or take for granted that somebody's intent is pure, you cannot take anything they do the wrong way, because it is pure and it can't be. So the only time, if you're taking it the wrong way, that means that you've misunderstood. End of story. That's a
that actually takes me
way.
back to an argument. I'll try and put it in this way then. If you see like this is the concept I'm trying to get through of good and evil. Like, okay, I'm the evil in this situation, and my older brother is the good in the situation.
It's a temporary thing.
I'm just trying to pull it in like out there as the concepts of good and evil. In that argument, my brother was trying to give me advice, and I saw that advice as him criticizing me and trying to be overly nasty. But during that conversation, I managed to, because I was watching a YouTube video, and then I did the things in the YouTube video, like I switched perspective, where instead of saying, oh, he's over criticizing me, he's trying to give me advice. And then that basically stopped my adrenaline from pumping and the usual size of anger for me.
There you go.
And then,
there you go. When you shifted to the perception of his intent, and his intent as being a good one, it changed your entire reception of what he said. Yeah?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
That's it. That's exactly the point of the story, or at least one of them. All right.
And I got really good at doing that. But then I just like, for some reason, woke up one day and defaulted.
Practice.
And went right back to being...
Practice, Rachel.
It's really odd because I spent months and months and months and months being able to exercise that.
Yeah, wow. I know.
Really, really good, and then just defaulted.
I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean, and it's just something that happens, and that it's shifting us somewhere else. And yes, we have to just keep at it. I don't know. It's just a weirdness. So we have to just trust that it makes sense in some point and keep going. It's all we can do. Rachel, I love it. That's the connectivity for you. And now, forever after, you have to basically see your brother as an angel or as a Valkyrie, and it shifts your whole perception of him. Yeah.
I think he's too manly to be a Valkyrie.
Okay, well then an angel or whatever is some mythological being. It shifts us. That's the point. So this is the origin story now. It's what the new nobility grew from. So that's why I'm saying there are many layers here. But also, of course, and the reason why Biella is telling it again, it's a retelling. They do this regularly. It is to remind us, precisely for the reason that you said you kind of forgot about it and then you went and defaulted. So part of the new nobility culture is that they regularly do the retelling of these origin stories or their myths. They might not all be origin myths, but the mythology of the greater stories of the new nobility, they do them precisely because we tend to forget. So it's to refresh our connectivity to what's important to us. So this is what's happening, this retelling of this in this particular instance, and that's why, for that reason. So let me ask nearly called Donna Biella again. Donna, if you'll mute yourself again, please. I'm hearing like a radio or something.
It's because of my other devices. They're too close.
It's bleed. That's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing bleed from other devices. I got you. All right.
White noise.
Yeah. It just, white noise is usually like that, shh, but this is more specific white noise. So
you can get different types of white noise. Like if I get a microphone and pull it too close to a speaker, then it makes that beep noise. That's considered white noise as well. So it's just interference, basically.
Yeah. So Donna, in terms of what we were discussing, does the reading of the story connect in different ways to you? Donna? Did we lose Donna?
Can you hear me?
Oh, I hear you now.
Sorry. I said not in a different way. It just is more emphasis for me.
Excellent. Yeah. And is there anything in the story so far? Because I do want to read the rest, but I don't have time today. And this is a good point to stop on because the rest is actually quite a lot, and there's a lot of depth to the rest. And I just wanted to go into, because already in just a bit that was shared, there's a bunch of views in there. So is there anything in it that you'd like to just elaborate on or connect to or look at differently or anything?
Nope. One of my takeaways from today and listening to Rachel is the emphasis in my perception that, again, no matter what road you take, and there's all different kinds of roads to get there, eventually we all are going to arrive at the same source. And
exactly.
Just her takeaway, the chapter 10 all tied back to what she was talking about earlier. And even when I said bringing heaven to earth and angels, we know in this group that we're not talking about that in the quote unquote typical
Right.
application of those words.
Right. It's the abstract
So
conception.
it all tied. Yeah, exactly. So it was amazing how it all was pulled together. I mean, there was the Biella in chapter 10 and Rachel and what she was talking about earlier. And then my kind of quest for a deeper understanding of purpose, and it just all beautifully
to
tied
fit
together. It's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
And also,
Right.
right, the necessity or the value of shifting our default habits. If we can get into the default habit of seeing everyone as angels, oh, what a magical world we live in, or would live in. Yes?
But how would we be able
to? I'm like Rachel, if I could just stay there.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. If we can get to make this a new habit now, here's the magic of why these Zoom and our group, the connectivities that we do, the group that we're forming. For me to do it with you, Rachel, and with you, Donna, and with Bina, and with Olivia, and so on, it's easy for me to see the angelness in you, right? And likewise, we have a group sharing where we're always connecting from that point of view. And because we do it regularly, because the body goes with what happens around us, it assimilates this automatically. Because we are creating this group and we do this fairly regularly, we get to practice it. And that's how we get to lock it in longer term. When it's just a belief and an idea in our heads and we don't have the opportunity to practice it, that's when we forget it. And that's when it goes away. It's the practice that makes it different. Not just an internal practice, but the practice from a sharing interconnectivity point of view, because the body is set up to believe things that are generally believed by everyone. That's the inner bureaucrats. It's one of the mechanisms they use to determine truth. If everyone believes it, okay, it must be true. So
I currently am having some conflict with my interbureaucrats to the point where it's manifesting literally physically.
Exactly.
I am currently challenged to go out into my everyday. Yeah, I'm literally, that's kind of where I'm at.
Yes,
that
also,
makes sense.
Right. Also, Donna, a profound point came into this in the early parts. I almost wanted to stop but I thought, I'll remember the point about courage. And the point about the necessary discomfort that accompanies courage. You are feeling discomfort in your daily world, right? And just like, man, stuff.
Right.
But that is the discomfort also. Yes, it may be for other reasons, but also understand that it is potentially and likely, and I would say very much as a high, it's definitely also the discomfort of courage. You are venturing out into the unknown, Donna. So there has to be that courage, because it is something that has risk involved. And with courage, there has to be that discomfort. Otherwise, you're just a fool. So be aware that in the same way as the courage in the start of the story comes in, that there's a necessity for it, that in your life too, you have to recognize it and say, now I understand my discomfort. It is the discomfort of courage. It is the discomfort that accompanies trust, capital T, trust. It has to be there. It's just a necessary part of things. Then it just becomes a part of you and you don't immerse in it, and it doesn't become the all of you, and you accept it as part of the scheme, and you can be courageous and you can have that discomfort and you can have joy and you can have all of it all together. You just don't isolate the one and emphasize it over the others.
Got it.
Yeah, powerful, yeah. It's very powerful for me. It's just hugely powerful for me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it shifts everything. And also for you, Rachel, you have that discomfort in your world also. You're never fully comfortable, but that's part of learning and growing. And we're being courageous. Part of being courageous is that discomfort. It just has to be there. It's part of the deal. Because if you didn't have that discomfort, it would make you a fool. It wouldn't keep you alert and it wouldn't keep you on your toes. That comfort keeps us sharp, keeps us alert. Very important, yeah? Very powerful, very powerful. I'm not sure if Rachel heard that last, but on that point, I think I have to end it here because I got half an hour. So my
I stepped out.
Oh, okay. Okay. I was just saying, Rachel, I was talking about the discomfort in the start of the story and how the discomfort is a necessary part of courage. And I think that your discomfort, Rachel, is the same as Donna's discomfort. It is the discomfort that is necessary because you are being courageous perpetually, because you are stepping out into the unknown of learning and growth and self-change, changing your way of living, etc., expanding your awareness. That is all stepping out into the unknown. And that takes courage.
I don't feel uncomfortable. What I feel is disappointment.
When I say discomfort, when I usually say discomfort in whichever particular way it manifests in a whole range of ways. So yes, disappointment or uncertainty, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's just a blanket.
I personally feel that I've let myself, my family line, and my gods down because I defaulted.
Yeah, well, again, it's again, sometimes we don't understand where this feeling of offness, let's just call it that, comes from. So we try and find reasons to support it and justify it, right? But actually, it just is the discomfort from being courageous, or the oddity or the offness, right? So that's what it is. And we tend to ascribe reasons for it because we don't connect it to the courage. But when we understand it comes from the courage, then we can realize, no, I've put all these other reasons, I've tied it to it as a justification, as a rationalization, but that's not actually the real deal. The real deal, it's about the courage. And so then it all starts to fall into place. Right? Because as earnest, good people with too much humility and modesty, we tend to create problems and assume it's our fault when it actually isn't. So be aware of that discomfort of courage. Say again?
Hence what I said before, if you remember, that she who blames everyone has far to go.
Exactly.
She who blames herself is halfway there, and she who blames no one has the right.
Exactly. So this is no one's fault. It is what it is. It's the nature of things. It kind of has to be that way. And there you go. We make peace with reality and life is easy. Yeah. All right. Brilliant. So do me a favor. What's that? It's huge. We'll come back to this. We'll come back to this, Rachel and Donna. I just have to go. So because my controls are frozen, both of you just leave the meeting and it will automatically end then, or at least I hope it will.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
Oh, pleasure. We'll talk again, of course. So bye-bye. I can't see you, but goodbye. We'll see you again. I love it. I love it. I love it. So magical. Oh, let's try this now. There we go.